Good to see you guys back. We have some things to go over. Let me light up and we'll start. Let me go ahead and turn my camera share off real quick just so we can kind of keep an eye on the conjunction here. And I'll be bringing the camera back on and off throughout the stream. Just wanted to let you see my face. You know, welcome back everybody. Peace and love. We about to get it in. Okay, camera off. There we go. So this here, what you're looking at is a zoomed in picture of Saturn and Jupiter. That's gonna come in handy later. But as of now, let's just take a look at the regular footage. On this other one, it is two different cameras zoomed in on each planet. We'll talk about that one later. Let's keep it here. This is the main one, regular footage. And so as you can see the title, brothers and sisters, today's title is basically Flat Earth Proven. And I'm gonna be going into at this time why the conjunction is not so great. Now I know there's many great things surrounding the conjunction as far as astrology and celestial and spiritual purposes, but there are also some things that's not so great. We're going to talk about those in a minute, but please let me get my dog away from this door because he's annoying me. Sorry for the interruption. Get that, boy. Sorry about that, guys. Have to let them know who's boss. All right. But like I was saying, there's a lot of great spiritual things surrounding this conjunction that I'm pretty sure many of us can start to name. But I'm not dealing with that today. I'm dealing with the shape of the earth, and I'm revisiting the argument of flat earth and globe earth here today. And I wanted to point out some things to you guys that's not so great about this conjunction. And what I mean by that is this conjunction was said to always be a time of great awakening. All right. With everything you have researched and read about this conjunction, the most consistent thing about this conjunction that we're going through now is that it's been recorded for millennia. First of all, let's throw that on the table. But along with it's being recorded for millennia by many ancients, all of them have maintained the same thing about it, that it is a time that symbolizes some sort of rebirth or what we call a great awakening. Now, the term rebirth is a modern term. The oldest term that was referred to with this alignment was the term that we use called a great awakening time. The term rebirth referring to this time was only popularized in Christian nations and mainly the Western world. Let me say that again because we got a lot to learn today, family. The term rebirth or great reset, resurrection, rebirth, any kind of Christian literatures that's referring to this time is only a biased way of referring to the time. Please understand, brothers and sisters, that there are many other ways people refer to this time. And the most consistent and general term that was used all around the world and still is today is the term Great Awakening. And that's the term we're going to be dealing with. Why do I want to deal with that term? I want to deal with that term because the question we should ask is, if this Great Awakening time happens every so often on earth, why don't the people ever awaken? What are we missing with this sign in the heavens? See, the ancestors was telling their children that The ancestors knew during the time of these last alignments, we was just going into slavery, y'all. I want y'all to listen to me for a minute. Let me cut my camera on. We were just going into slavery the last time this alignment happened. And our ancestors was telling their children who had been indoctrinated the signs to look for so that we can regain our true spirituality back. The worst thing that happened to us during slavery was the stripping of our spiritual system, because within our spiritual system was our identity, our connection with our dead, our names, our sovereignty, you name it, everything that makes us great. So the ancestors knew we weren't going to be great for a while until we woke back up with that ancient spiritual system. And they gave us signs to look for in the heavens. And if we heeded these signs should break our indoctrination that the slave master had indoctrinated us with, which was his cosmology and his spiritual system. Okay, so we're dealing with astronomy. But when you deal with astronomy, you open the door for your priests, pastors, and bishops and all of them. You say, Brother Sanchez, those guys are not astronomers. Why would we be dealing with deacons and pastors when we talk about the stars? Because the stars were called the heavens during medieval times, and the church were your early astronomers. In other words, they didn't study the sky. They indoctrinated their population on what they wanted them to think was happening in the sky. And that's what's still going on today. And that's what I'll be revealing to you in this stream, as well as proving flat earth with the Great Conjunction. So let me go ahead and turn my camera off again, and let me just open this on up with some information. Okay. Now this Great Conjunction was called the Star of Bethlehem, okay? And it was also called the Christmas star. Reason for that is because this alignment that we're undergoing now would have been the exact same alignment that the three wise men saw in the East. And it led them to Christ. Now, one thing we want to look at about this story of the three wise men is that anytime you can navigate locally with the stars, it debunks the idea that they're millions of light years or millions of miles away. Understand that navigation locally via the constellations and stars is only possible with flat earth cosmology. There's no way a star that's millions of miles away can lead Brother Sanchez to a specific longitude and latitude on Earth and pinpoint a direct location, unless that star is within the areas of our atmosphere that was said by the flat Earth ancestors. Let's get that out the way first. Okay? I hope if there are any globalists in here, they understand why that's so. And if they don't understand it, then we can email me. We'll arrange a show in a one-on-one. Not a debate, but just a one-on-one. Now, understand what I said, fam. If something is millions and millions and millions of miles away, there's no way it can direct you to a specific longitude and latitude on Earth locally. It don't take a smart person to understand that, so I'm going to move on. I'm going to move right on along, okay? Now, anybody in the chat room saying Earth not flat, go ahead and time them out, moderators. I don't give you wrenches for nothing. We don't want to entertain that. We're not here today to hear children say what they want out their mouth. We're here today to learn. And just because someone want to say earth is not flat, they need to know how foolish they look. Just saying that ain't enough in a chat room where people are geared and ready to understand how it cannot be flat or how it cannot be round. You're in the wrong place if your mind is already made up and you think that those in power is telling you the truth and your ancestors are the liars. You in the wrong place. You ain't woke enough to question everything. You'll question everything except the shape of the earth where you ain't woke. It don't matter if the earth's flat or round. It matters if you willing to question it or not. Or do you think what they told you is just fact? Now, if y'all don't want this show interrupted by trolls like the one that just interrupted me, please block dumb comments like that soon as you see them. Thank you, my awesome moderators. Y'all are the best. Now, let me get back into what I was saying here. So, like I was saying, what the conjunction that we see at this time is also called the Star of Bethlehem. When Saturn and Jupiter conjunct together, they form what's called the Star of Bethlehem, or the Christmas star. This would have been the star that was seen by those three wise men. But the reason astronomers call this the miracle star is because if the story that those three wise men told is the truth, then that is an astronomical miracle according to globe earth theory. So either the Bible is wrong, or either the globe is wrong. I'm not really trying to necessarily determine either one of those as much as I am trying to understand why modern astronomers call this a miracle star. What makes it miraculous? I've done my research and I want to share it with you here today. The reason modern scientists call this alignment a miracle is because astronomically they cannot explain it if we're on a globe, folks. And by the end of this stream, you're going to understand that why this was said to be a great awakening for us by our ancestors. Our ancestors said, if you got ears to hear, eyes to see, that these signs in the heavens would free you of the enemy's deception at this time. Our ancestors studied the stars. They know it's in our DNA to look up at the heavens. And the last time this alignment happened, we were going into slavery, losing all of our spiritual systems and shit. And our ancestors told us, don't worry about it. In a couple of hundreds of years, you're going to see signs in the heaven that's going to reactivate your cosmic memory of this knowledge of flat earth and the ancient spiritual systems, which is all based on the ancient cosmic systems, which is flat earth. All right, now, let me get more into how this debunks the globe now that we set the foundation here. So modern astrophysicists, astronomers, and astrologers all know that these alignments and conjunctions debunk the globe. But instead of telling us that these phenomena that we're seeing debunks the globe, they tell us that the phenomena we're seeing are a miracle, and that what we're seeing is not really what's there. It's just perspective. Why did I say that the great conjunction is not so great? Because if you look at the word conjunction, which I have done, and I've done the etymology of it, what you'll realize, it's a big joke, y'all. The definition of a conjunction is a phenomena that's caused based on perspective, not a natural phenomena. So just by you referring to this as a conjunction, you happen to deceive the masses. And I'm about to show you what I mean here now. Hold on. Bear with me. I got a lot of tabs open, but we about to get into it. All right. So let me find here where I actually did to put up everything. Thank you guys for your patience, by the way. Go ahead and hit the like and share button if you have not. So I want to teach you all at this time what a conjunction is, okay? Because that's very important. Now, I guess I'm going to have to look it up again. I had a bunch of tabs open with everything I was going to need. But nevertheless, hell, I got everything. It ain't nothing to look this back up. Thank y'all for the patience. So listen, I want to also share this with you. Let me show you, since they teach us, right, that the sun is in the middle of the solar system, they then got to explain to us why we can see all the planets at the same time all over the earth. All right, listen up to me, ladies and gentlemen, because what I'm about to show you now is going to be very damning, okay? You know what I'm going to do? Just for shits and giggles, just to make it easy, I'm going to pull up a picture of the solar system for you. Now, of course, you know that this image of the solar system ain't really the true image. Let's do the modern one because they actually changed that one. All right, there we go. That's more like it. This one here is the one we're looking for. This is more like it. So this is the modern vortex-based solar system that shows you the different planets on their different height levels or elliptical paths, right? So this would be a more accurate example, or even something like this, which they're trying to propose, but we can't really use this one as a as their direct, accurate model at this time. This one here would be kind of in between the original model, and it's like a hybrid of the old one mixed with this one. And I think it'll be the best demonstration product to kind of get the best of both worlds here. And I think this one shows all of the concepts in one what the globalists are trying to capture. So I'm trying to be fair and use their best thing here. I don't want to just pick at the ones that they still are kind of trying to perfect. So I'm actually trying to be honest here, okay? To the globalists in the chat room, this is not a war. I love you guys. I just want to understand the cosmology. I don't think what they're teaching us is true. Back to what I'm saying. On November 15th, 2020, which was last month, there was another rare alignment where everyone on Earth was able to see every planet in the solar system. Now, the only way Earth can see every planet in the solar system, including the sun with those planets, is if Earth is in the center of the universe, people. Let's not play dumb no more. I beg of you globalists to listen to me, globalists. I'm begging you globalists to listen to me. Because if you globalists listen to me, I can set you free. Look at here, guys. Look at this solar system. And just think, at any given point of this solar system they teach us, Earth will never be able to see every single planet in the solar system. Impossible. Think about it, globalists. What kind of positioning would there have to be for everyone on the globe to look up and see every single planet in the sky at the same time. The only way you can get this, right? The only way, and I'm going to have to pull out, you're going to have to really use your imagination to understand how that could be. The only way that would be, right, is if you take Earth, which is right here. Let me go ahead and get another solar system, because this one here is hiding the Earth, and I need you to see the Earth right now, family. Hold on. Damn, I put solar Earth, my bad. Solar system. So listen, really listen to me though. And we can use the new one, the vortex one, just to make it fair. Now I want you to look at this. And I just want your mind to think. Look at what they teach us what the solar system is. And I want you to just watch this for a few seconds, right? Just watch it. Just watch it. Now, look at where the Earth is in this rotation, in this movement. Now, as you lock onto the Earth, or for any planet of that matter, because any one of these can be the Earth, you can just, because the example I'm about to show you can be done for either one. So let's just say you pinpoint the Earth here. Keep your eye locked on it and pay attention to this trajectory. And ask yourself this as we examine it. Will there ever be a time based upon this trajectory where the Earth will be in a position to see every single planet in its sky, including the sun and moon? The only way everyone on Earth can look up at the same time and see every planet and the sun and moon, according to this solar system they give us, is if Earth slow down and let all the other balls keep going and we be half-ass at the back of the train like the caboose. And then everyone on that globe can look up and we'll see all the doggone solar system neighbors, including the sun and moon in our sky. But even then, everybody on the globe won't be able to see it. Because even if you put the Earth way back here where my mouse at, only the part of the Earth that's facing these planets, those people will be able to look up and see all of the planets in the solar system, including the sun and moon. Now, if the Earth is right here where my mouse at, only the people that's facing those planets gonna see them, and everybody on this backside of the Earth, when they look down, they ain't gonna see nothing in the sky. Y'all, that would have made history. That would have made history. It would have been people on one side of the Earth that would have said, hey, for the first time ever, we looked up in the sky and we didn't see none of the stars and, we didn't see none of the planets in the solar system, and the sun and moon was gone. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine people on one side of the globe saying, hey, y'all, you remember that day when all the planets disappeared from the sky and the sun and moon disappeared and they was all on one side of the Earth? Everybody remember that day. Niggas would have been posting so many pics on social media, and scientists would have been like, we can't explain why all of the goddamn planets and sun and moon is on one side of the Earth. Y'all don't hear what I'm saying? They've been lying to us, and it's time to wake up. There's no way. I want you to look at this article because this was put out by CNN. This was last month. Why didn't they air this? Why didn't they make this big news? Because too many questions would have had to be answered, folks. But they knew a lot of folks was watching, asking these questions. Last month in November, you can see every planet in the solar system in the sky from any place on Earth, including the sun and moon. And no one stopped and asked the question, How the hell is that possible with our current cosmology? The only way this signs in the heavens would be possible is what our ancestors been telling us is coming true. The ancestors talking to us, brothers and sisters, with the stars and the signs in the heavens at this time. Everything they told us when we was being hauled into slavery is happening now. And they told us what to look for to reactivate our cosmic memory, to tap back into the truth on how we got trapped on this earth as spiritual beings, not even as physical slaves. Man, this stuff is deep. This stuff is deep. I don't get how people still believe in a globe and they walked outside all over the earth. People looked up at the same planets in the damn sky. Like, I don't get that. I don't get how in a month of November, the world went outside from both of the hemispheres. Let's say hemiplanes. But whether you lived in the Eastern world or the Western world, you went outside in November with a telescope and everybody was able to look up and see the same thing, which goes back into this conjunction that I'm bringing up now. Y'all, they said that this is a worldwide conjunction. And anytime you hear the term worldwide conjunction, if you look up what astronomers saying about it, they're going to always say the same thing. It's a miracle. It's a miracle when they don't want to tell you the earth flat, because they can't explain why your eyes see what your eyes see. So in a globe earth world, you believe a lie by calling something perspective a perspective-based phenomena when it's actually a natural phenomena. Read what a conjunction is, people. A conjunction is an apparent phenomenon caused by the observer's perspective. The two objects involved are not actually close to one another in space. Conjunctions between two bright objects close to the ecliptic, such as two bright planets, can be seen with the naked eye. And during other times, they cannot be seen with the naked eye. What makes conjunctions so special? If the speed of light is real, conjunctions shouldn't exist. Saturn and Jupiter shouldn't appear more dominant in the sky in a matter of 24 hours based upon the speed of light and based upon the distance you say they are from Earth. None of this math matches up. And I'm finna show you why. So let's read what a conjunction is first. They telling you a conjunction is basically your mind playing tricks on you. See, here go the whole deception right here. The deception is that the deception is that they're telling you it's a perspective-based phenomena versus what the ancestors said. The ancestors said it's a natural phenomena. Now, what's the difference? The difference is this. The ancestors look up in the sky and they said Saturn and Jupiter is not millions of miles away. They right up within the heavens, within flying distance. If you look at Hebrew cosmology, ancient cosmology anywhere around the world, they didn't teach that the stars was outside of our atmosphere. They taught that the stars was within the atmosphere. We got video footage of pilots flying above the sun. I can put that back up if you guys didn't get the memo. Start paying attention to your reality. Stars are not millions and millions of light years away. They're right above the clouds. And there are signs in the heavens that's been trying to show us the true cosmology and shape of the earth for years, and we've been ignoring them, yet we still call these alignments great awakenings, and we keep falling asleep. How you gonna acknowledge that, hey, this alignment that I'm looking up in the sky supposed to wake me up, but yet it never wake you up because you don't get the significance of it. The significance of these alignments is that they shouldn't be real on a globe, bro. It debunks the globe. And this is why when you go and ask these motherfucking astronomers and astrophysicists to explain it, they say it's miraculous. They say what you looking at ain't really naturally occurring. It's all in your mind and its perspective. It's all in your mind and its perspective. Saturn and Jupiter ain't really that close. They really, what they say, millions and millions of miles apart. That's what they teach us. But we can debunk that during these conjunctions. Because think about what we're seeing here. They're telling us Saturn and Jupiter is not really that close, but yet they're still the same size. They got to be on the same level plane. Y'all get what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. All right? How many miles is Jupiter away from Earth? Now, you got to keep in mind now, I'm about to show you something that's finna debunk the solar system right now. Hold on a minute. Let me type this in. Now, listen to this, family. Saturn is 1.58 billion miles away from Earth. Now, keep in mind what I'm telling you. Saturn is 1.58 billion miles away from Earth, and Jupiter is 550 million miles away. Why is this important? Because if this is true, they shouldn't appear in the sky the way you see here. And I'm going to show you what else shouldn't happen. You shouldn't be able to zoom in on them and see that they're the same size in relation to distance. So when you zoom in on Saturn and zoom in on Jupiter, not only do they appear on the same plane of view, in other words, Jupiter don't appear 500 million miles away when you zoom in on it, and Saturn don't appear 1 billion miles away. They both appear right by each other. And how we can prove that what we're saying is real is that they're maintaining the same size as they approach each other. Think about what I'm telling you, people. If Saturn was 1 billion miles away, it'll be smaller than Jupiter. They both are the exact same size in relation to distance from us. This proves the ancient flat earth, family. It proved that the 7 wandering stars are on the same plane and dimension, just like what the ancestor said. It proves that the earth is in the center of the universe. Now, what proves that we're in the center of the universe and we are special, just like the ancient said? Well, it go back to this phenomena. Look, let me show you what flat earth look like, family. Pull up a little bitty, just a diagram of flat earth. This don't show you the whole flat earth, just the portion we're limited to. Keep that in mind. Let's blow it up. Now, for years, no matter where you are on Earth, you can find the North Star and always navigate your way back home. We still use North Star technology on cars today. North Star technology. Have you ever wondered this? Why don't car companies below the equator use South Star technology? We're going to wait for the globalists to answer that. Globalists. Why don't cars below the equator use South Star technology to be located by satellite? Why the cars way on the bottom of the earth still, they satellite system linked to the North Pole when they nearest the South Pole? Well, it's proof there is no South Pole. There's only the North Pole. And that's why people only been using the North Star for years to navigate. Now, for ancient people all around the earth to navigate using this one North Star proves that the earth is flat. We all look up at all of the so-called planets and the sun and moon, and they were created around the earth. The earth is the stage of existence. All of the stars in the sky revolve above and around the earth. And they are all on different heights and different levels right here. And I'll show you a model by Martin Kenney that I also share myself. Martin Kenney, the reason I'm using his is because he included the luminaries, which I forgot in mine. I don't know how I left those out. But I want to show you something here real quick. Right. Let me show you something. What we're looking at here is flat earth cosmology. Right at the bottom of this would be a view from heaven. Okay, let me show you something. If you were Polaris, if you were Polaris and you were looking down at the earth, this is what you would see. So each of these planets are not really planets. They're called wandering stars. There were 7 of them. And that's because what we're looking down would be equivalent of looking down the human spinal cord. And located down the human spinal cord are 7 chakras. And each of those 7 chakras are on its own orbit around you, creating what's called a human aura around your body. But I'm not going to go into that here. I just wanted to show you how this would tie into you. There are 7 chakras down this spine. And the earth is built the same way. But the North Pole is the spinal cord of the earth. So you're looking down here. And so each of these wandering stars are at a different height level. Okay. So if you wanted to look at this from a 2-dimensional view, I could do that for you. If you could wait for a minute, I can show you. Brother Sanchez can show you that. Give me a minute real quick. Thank you for your patience. I think it'll be kind of important to show just for the newbies. We want to be thorough here. And I got some time, so I won't end this stream until I taught everything I need to teach on this. And I'm going to take my time. I hope this is important to you guys as it is to me. Then stay and let me blow you away. This is what it will look like. So, like we know, these are the neters, the ethers. Each of these are different universes around ours. Now, that's a future lecture coming up, but I don't want to lose the newbies right off the back. Let me keep this very simple. Each of these neters have their own sun and moon. And when you're looking at Venus and Mars, you're looking at the sun and moon of a faraway Earth. So we're looking through our certain plane or dimension of existence at a higher dimension. And we say, hey, look at Venus and Mars. That's really the sun and moon to the next ether. if you will, as the Egyptians called it. So again, this is what it would be like looking down at it from Polaris, so you can get a better understanding. Okay? It's very simple what I'm showing here. Now, when planets like Saturn and Jupiter merge with each other, it's because they're crossing paths along these dimensional planes. Okay? And these luminaries are not millions and millions of billions of miles away, because let me show you why. Go back to the zoomed in images. You can't zoom in on a planet that's a billion miles away and keep zooming and get a clearer and clearer picture as you zoom. The only way you can do that is if that planet is right up there in the sky, and if you were able to get on a plane, you probably can go to Saturn. People gonna laugh at me for this, but I don't mind being laughed at. I'm telling you the way the ancients said it was how it was, and I believe the ancients. I believe that what my eyes is seeing with this footage is not just perspective. I think it's real. I think Saturn and Jupiter are right within our atmosphere, within the firmament, just like the ancestors describe above a flat earth. You don't always see Saturn and Jupiter dominant in the sky like how you see during a conjunction. And that's very important. You know why? That means either the light being emitted from Saturn and Jupiter is increasing in brightness, or B, Saturn and Jupiter are falling onto the earth. And I got news for you. The Europeans who created the dumb cosmology that you indoctrinated with today, they were so stupid. During this great conjunction back in medieval times, they thought the stars were falling onto the earth. Yeah. The dummies who think we live on a globe and that we spinning at 1,000 miles per hour right now, they didn't understand why certain stars appear closer or brighter at certain times than other times. And the reason they didn't understand it, because they refused to tell themselves that, hey, maybe our damn cosmology is wrong. Instead of saying, man, maybe we got this cosmology all wrong, they created a belief system. And they told their citizens, during these times, the stars fall onto the earth. And we read about this stupidity in Revelation. That's why these signs that's in the sky right now are related to the book of Revelation. And the people who wrote that book were dummies. If you read the book, they said during this time they got scared because they thought all the stars were going to fall onto the earth and create extermination. But our ancestors was trying to explain to these dumb Greeks that the stars weren't falling. And that what was happening was exactly what the Maya explained was to happen during shift changes above a flat earth. See, the only way you can explain this phenomena and not call it a miracle and make it make sense is from a flat earth perspective. I'm giving you globalists a homework assignment. Go see what all your astronomers and astrologers are saying about these events. And you'll see Brother Sanchez ain't lying to you. All of your degreed people who went to college are calling it miracles and saying it's your eyes playing tricks on you. It's just perspective. You don't really see what you see. Now, when you read this article by CNN, is very laughable. They're playing dumb, y'all. Why is this happening? It's happening because we live on a flat earth. It's happening because the luminaries is just the way the ancients describe. It's happening because y'all liars, and the ancients were right about the beautiful flat earth we live on and about us being in the center of the universe as special creatures. You want to know why they want to say aliens real now? Because they didn't like that idea that we were alone and that nothing else existed other than the human, the flowers, the animals. Everything in existence is right here, y'all. This is the universe. You don't, in other words, you don't live on a planet, y'all. You live inside of a universe. Earth is not a planet. It's a universe within an infinite amount of what they call multiverses. This is just one of them. This earth ground that you're walking on extends outward to infinity. And if you were able to leave this diameter, this radius of control, you would see other lands inhabited by people you never heard of who speak languages you never heard. When some of these people pop up in our countries, they try to say, play dumb again. They say a miracle happened, a mysterious time traveler popped up. This has happened several times. People show up at borders and stuff speaking languages we never heard, with IDs that we never saw, with places on the ID that's nowhere on our maps. And they write about these stories as miracle mysteries and shit, when it's a galactic federation that has cordoned off sections of regions of the universe, and these regions are separated from each other, and the people that's separated by these galactic federations don't even know each other exist, because all of their governments are telling them you live on a globe and ain't nothing else out there. They ended the exploration age and separated us from our ancestors. There are whole nations that we separated from for thousands of years, who we had no boundaries or separations from until the Columbus and the Greeks and all of these people who built the New World. They redrew the maps, and in doing so, they changed the entire cosmology to what we call the globe cosmology. If you look at ancient maps, they went on forever. They expanded outward and outward and outward. And if you go back and question why those maps exist today, they say the map makers during those times were doing those maps for artwork. So they got history separated. They got a bunch of maps that they say are the ancient maps of the earth, and they use those for educational purposes. But those are the maps that refer to the globe deception and the great map deception. And all the maps prior to that deception, they say are artwork maps. You don't take them seriously. Yet people was using them and getting around the earth with no problem. So it couldn't have just been artwork. So I want y'all to open your mind, globalists. All right, because this is flat earth cosmology that we're looking at here, and it explains why everybody standing on the circle of the earth can look up in the sky, and all of us can see every planet in the solar system. How can every single person on earth look up and see every planet in the solar system in the sky above them? Think about it. Everybody on earth looking up at the sun, moon, and every planet in the solar system. So that means the people at the bottom of the earth ain't got nothing in their sky. That means the people on the opposite part of the globe would have been looking up, saying no sun, no moon, and no planets in the sky. And that would have been history made. That would have been something. Yet everybody on earth, no matter where you were, looked up at the same sky. and scientists played dumb. Why is this happening? Is it just a cosmic coincidence? Is it a miracle? It's none of that. It's very simple once you see what the flat earth teaching you. Now let me move on. So they calling it a conjunction. They should call it a great deception, because every time these conjunctions and alignments happen, we say it's a great awakening, but why don't we never awaken? It's because what we're calling it, y'all, I'm trying to wake you up. When you say it's a great conjunction, you're saying what I'm looking at is just my eyes playing tricks on me. You're saying it's just my observer's perspective making me see all the planets in the solar system in the sky. I want y'all to look at how dumb they think we are. Everyone on Earth in November went outside and saw we saw all of the 7 wandering stars in the sky. That's what the ancestors called them. The sun and moon was part of those wandering stars. Let me say that again. The sun and moon are part of those wandering stars. The earth is in the middle, and the sun and moon and all the other what you call planets revolve around us and above us, just like I'm showing you here. They tried to steal the flat earth cosmology. Did I take that image down? I must have took it down. Well, it don't matter. It's time to move on from that. So it was basically the image I showed you of looking down from Polaris over the flat earth. I should have left that up. Actually, if y'all don't mind, let me actually pull that back up. I'm actually going to need that later. You know, I don't mind being laughed at. I know I got the truth. The joke's going to be on y'all. Because your soul longs for the truth. And you want to just fit in. So you'll mock the truth. Even though in your damn body, you probably know I'm right. But you're that globalist that just can't let it be. That's going to be a problem for your spiritual journey. And I'm not just trying to scare you. Let me pull this back up because I didn't mean to take that off. I did not mean to take that off. Actually, if I pull up my history, I should be able to find it quicker, huh? Let's look at the history real quick. Because I assure you, I will need that again. So bear with me. I got it back, guys. There we go. Didn't take me long at all. Okay. Now, let's get back on track. And here go the point that I wanted to make. First of all, before I make that point, let me throw my camera back on real quick. It's time for a commercial break, actually, at this time. And we're going to come right back. And because we just reached our hour mark. And at that hour mark, I take a commercial break. And I swear it'll be just a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back to show you more how you can debunk the globe using these conjunctions and these alignments. And how you can, when you go and ask scientists why we see this stuff, they go to acting like pastors and preachers talking about it's a miracle. That's what the Christians do. That this is what proves to you you're a victim of a religion and not science. Because when your scientists can't explain the things that debunk their theories, they refuse to say we're wrong. They just say it's a miracle and your eyes are playing tricks on you. And I'm going to expound on this more when I come back on how they take us for fools right after this break. Be right back. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's your boy, Bro Sanchez, continuing to debunk the globe by using great conjunctions and alignments. Why are great conjunctions and alignments called miraculous times by scientists? You should think about that. There should never be a time where a scientist explains something with the word miracle. Because when that happens, that is when Brother Sanchez is going to tell that scientist, you're not a scientist, you're a priest. The only people that explain what happens in the heavens using the word miracle are your priests. So when you see your scientists using that same terminology, you should learn something. That these are not scientists, this is not science, it's just an extension of the Vatican. All right, so let's get back into it and I'll be showing you guys how. Let's get back into the slides. So again, if you zoom in on Saturn and Jupiter right now, and you want to be a math whiz, what you will find out is that Jupiter and Saturn has not moved closer or farther from the Earth. Here's what debunks the globe. Jupiter's supposed to be 1 billion miles away. Excuse me, Jupiter supposed to be 600 million miles away. Jupiter 500 million miles away. Saturn 1 billion miles away. Yet when you zoom in on them both, they the same size. I'm serious, folks. NASA teach you that if you're looking at Jupiter or Saturn through a telescope on any given day, that Jupiter is supposed to always be bigger than Saturn. You feel me? You know why? Let me show you why. Jupiter is bigger than Saturn. Jupiter have a radius of 43,000 miles. Saturn radius is only 36,000. And Saturn is 1 billion miles away. Now Jupiter is bigger than Saturn, and it's only 500 million miles away. Yet, if you look at this image if you look at this footage on the screen, this is being shot in real time, family. They are the exact same size. There's no way Jupiter and Saturn should look like this when I zoom in if Jupiter is bigger and it's closer. This is simple math to the globalists. And you want to know why scientists are saying it's a rare phenomenon and it's a miracle? You want to know why scientists can't explain it other than saying, hey, your eyes are playing tricks on you. When they say it's just perspective, that's a nice way of saying, nigga, you tripping. You don't really see what you think you see. And how you answer back to that is to say, no, motherfucker, I trust my eyes more than I trust your lying ass scientist. My eyes ain't gonna lie to me, and math ain't gonna lie to me, because I just gave you the math. Ain't no way you're supposed to zoom in and get these sizes in relation to distance. This is impossible. And if you think I'm lying, you the fool, because your scientists agree with me that this shit is impossible. Your scientists are calling this shit a miracle. That's what globalists ought to think about. I'm not lying, dummies. Excuse me, I shouldn't have called you dummies. I'm sorry about that. But listen what I'm saying, brothers, my global brothers and sisters. Your scientists are saying, are acting stupid, like they don't know why we supposed to see this. They don't want to say, hey, man, we lied. That shit ain't really that far away if you can zoom in on it. Let me tell you something, folks. If there's a bird 10 miles away, it may look like a little bitty dust speck. But when I zoom in on that bird, I'm going to see feathers, eyes, or color, depending on how good my binoculars are. Now, you got to have some damn good binoculars to get detail on a bird that's just 10 miles away. For you to see the feathers on a bird 10 miles away, you probably going to need the most expensive binoculars in the world. And that's just 10 miles. Now, they telling you Jupiter is 500 million miles away and Saturn is 1 billion miles away, yet the more you zoom in on it, the more detail you get. This shit is way farther than the red bird. And do you hear what I'm saying, globalists? The most expensive zooming equipment on Earth would have a hard time picking up the feathers of a red bird for 10 miles. And it's normal people with cheap ass equipment going outside, zooming in and picking up on detailed spots on Jupiter and Saturn with cheap phones. They ain't even got the most expensive zooming shit. This lets you know that stuff can't be that far away. You're not gonna get this amount of detail by zooming in on something a billion miles away. The more you zoom in, you're just gonna be zooming in on a blur. Think about it. If Saturn and Jupiter is so far away from us that normally they would appear to us as twinkling stars in the sky, why is it that now? Think about it now. They telling you Saturn and Jupiter so far away that when you look at them on the ground from Earth with the naked eye, it look like this. They one of these dots. On any given day, if you looking up at the sky with the naked eye, they telling you Saturn and Jupiter so far away that it's one of these little bright lights. But yet, I'm showing you footage right now that if basically they saying if that bright light that you see is a billion light years away. If you zoom in on that bright light from Earth, you shouldn't be able to, your eyes ought to hurt. It's like zooming in on the sun. If Saturn and Jupiter appear to us with the naked eye as a twinkling star that's a billion miles away, according to scientists, why when I zoom in on that little twinkling bright light, it's no longer a bright light no more. It's now an object that I can make out. It ain't twinkling and it ain't even emitting no light around it. Y'all don't get what I'm saying? There's no way you looking up at the night sky without a telescope and Saturn and Jupiter look like one of these little lights. And it's twinkling and got light bright shining from it. But then when you zoom in on it, you get this shit. Folks, if you don't think that's stupid, you crazy. If Saturn and Jupiter was a twinkling little star, billion light years away, when you zoom in on it, guess what'll happen? The light that you see will only get bigger and bigger. In case you didn't know, telescopes don't turn light into planets. They only zoom and magnify the light like a fool. Like a fool. That you got to teach this to a globalist. I feel like a fool. You think if you zoom in on a twinkling light that's a billion light years away with your cheap ass telescope, that twinkling light that's a billion miles away gonna turn into a planet that ain't got no light coming from it? What kind of telescopes transform shit like that? What kind of telescopes turn twinkling little stars to fucking planets that you can make out with spots and all that going on? And see, I'm not saying that these planets are some gas giants. They're not made of gas. These are projections. The sky is like a plasma TV, according to the ancestors. We're inside of the Truman Show, and the luminaries are what's being broadcasted to watch for signs and times. Before we watch TVs, we watch the stars. And when we start watching TVs, the TVs is what took us away from this knowledge of the stars. People believe what's on TV and not what natural phenomena that they can't deny. When these people actually witness natural phenomena, they do deny it by saying, man, what we seeing ain't real, it's just our perspective. So every single human on earth got the same damn perspective. When does that ever happen? Think about what perspective is before you just use it so lightly. Perspective means you observing something based upon where you are in the universe. And no two people are in the same place in the universe. So everybody view the same thing based on their own perspective. But when everyone on earth look up and say, I see exactly what you're seeing in the sky, at that point it's not personal objective perspective anymore. It's a universal testimony at that point. At that point, all of our eyes ain't playing tricks on us based upon where we standing at. And that's where y'all being fooled at. That's what make it a miracle. The miracle is that every human on earth believe that their eyes is fooling them. I mean, think about how deep this is, y'all. I'm going to show you how deep this matrix is. Watch this. If I went in the kitchen and I saw my grandmother's ghost in there, I wouldn't believe my eyes. I would say this is objective and this is based upon a personal perspective of some sort. Maybe the perspective isn't based upon where I'm at in the universe in this case. Maybe it's based upon a psychological trauma. Maybe they call me a retarded person. I see things. I'm crazy. I'm deranged. I need some kind of explanation why I see my grandmother's spirit in the kitchen, but don't nobody else see it but me. They can say that nigga's crazy. And they can tell me, listen, bro, we're not saying you lying. We believe you. We believe you see grandmother's spirit, but based upon your own perspective, because we don't see it. That's your perspective. We don't know why. But whatever the perspective it is, maybe it's you're some kind of, you got a sixth sense where you can see dead people, or whatever it is, it's your perspective. We don't have it, so we can't see it. I'm teaching y'all about perspective. Listen to me, right? I just gave an example. Now I'm going to give another example. I go in the kitchen, I see my grandmother's spirit. And I call everybody in the house. I say, look, y'all, grandma in the kitchen. And my whole entire house say, yo, wow, look at grandma. And they say, we see her too, man. That's crazy. And we all start talking to grandma. And you know what my household gonna say? Everybody in my household gonna say, maybe we all just crazy. Let's go ask the next door neighbors if they see grandma. And when the neighbors say they see grandma, and when the city say they see grandma, and when the whole world say, yeah, we see your grandma in the kitchen, even though we know we buried her, here go the death certificate. Now we can prove that it's not one person's perspective. Everybody in the world will have to rewrite history, and we will have to say, hey guys, it's true that the dead can come and revisit the earth. It's no longer a matter of a few people's perspective saying they saw ghosts. We now got a ghost that everybody in the world see at the same time. It's no longer a perspective. It's a fact now. You want to know why ghosts are not real? Because everybody can't see it at the same time. Only a few people saw ghosts based upon their perspective. But if the one person who saw a ghost was able to show his ghost to the entire world, that person would be written in history as the person who proved to the world that ghosts are a fact. And we can no longer deny this fact now. We thought we knew everything. We got to rewrite our science. We got to shut down all the churches because that's a lie. Because now we see that the dead don't go to heaven and hell. The dead can come back, revisit us. Now I'm making this example to teach you how perspective works and how they misusing it against us. It's impossible for everybody on earth to look at the same ghost and for everybody to say, we all tripping. Ghosts ain't really real. Even though we all can see the ghost that Brother Sanchez saw. We know he ain't a crazy man because we see the ghost too. It ain't one of them stories where it's one crazy nigga saying, I see dead people. For the first time ever, this man ain't lying, and everybody walk in there can see these ghosts. At that point, we gotta rewrite history. At that point, it ain't perspective no more. This is truth. At that point, it's no longer a perspective-based phenomena. It's a natural phenomena now of seeing ghosts. See how this works? Now let me show you how dumb we would be, right? This is what I call stupidity. If I say it's a ghost in my house would be right now, niggas gonna say, boy, you a lie, show it to me. And if I show that ghost to everybody in the world and everybody in the world say to me, brother, you ain't lying, that's a motherfucking ghost. I'm tripping, man. You got me scared. What the fuck, nigga? That's a ghost. Everybody see the ghost. We looking at the ghost. Everybody in the world is looking at the ghost. But we say, you know what? Our eyes got to be fooling us. This is objective perspective. This cannot be a natural phenomena that my eyes is seeing, Brother Sanchez. Even though everybody in the world looking at this damn ghost right here, the ghost is talking to us. We still telling ourselves what our eyes is seeing is not real. There's some kind of explanation for this other than it being a natural phenomena that we're detecting with our natural senses, one being sight. There are only a few times on earth where everybody on the earth can see the same thing with their eyes all at once and deny what we saw. And we call these great awakening times. And the irony of it is the fact that everybody on earth eyes can see these alignments at the same time. And we let scientists tell the whole world what everyone just saw was not real. It wasn't a natural phenomena. It was a perspective-based phenomena. And everyone's eyes is playing tricks on them. Everyone in the world go outside and marvel at this phenomena and look up and point at it. Then we go listen to the scientists tell us everything we just marveled at and saw with our eyes wasn't really real. It's just a conjunction, which is, nigga, your eyes playing tricks on you. Now, the only way I would believe my eyes is playing tricks on me is if I was the only one on earth that was able to see this shit. Scientists are telling us these are miracle alignments. And when you go to sitting these astrophysicists and when you go to talking to these modern astronomers about these alignments, they true colors start to show. They true colors start to show. You know why? It's hard for a modern astronomer to explain to you why everyone on the earth can look up in the sky and see every single planet in the solar system, including the sun and moon, if we're on the globe. Think about what I'm telling you, folks. For a modern astronomer, right, let's look at this image, right? Because this is the image that's used by modern astronomers. This image or either this image. Now, they using this image to teach the truth about the universe. But when you ask these modern astronomers if this cosmology is real, How can this be? Guess what they go to telling you? Is a miracle. It's miraculous. And they go to telling you, well, what you see ain't really what you see. It's basically a mirage. It's some sort of illusion based upon your perspective. And they'll go with all this scientific terminology and mumbo jumbo, which is a long way to tell you, nigga, just don't believe what the fuck your eyes seeing. Your eyes fooling you. But it's one thing to say my eyes fooling me. Numbers don't lie. And what do I mean by the numbers don't lie? It goes back to what I said when you zoom in on them. They shouldn't look this way when we zoom in on them. If that's a little twinkling star that's a billion miles away, it shouldn't turn into this when I zoom in. I never saw a telescope do that in my life. If I zoom in on a twinkling light in the sky, when I zoom in on it, that twinkling light just gonna get bigger and bigger. It's gonna be a bigger light. So big that it start hurting my eyes. But that light ain't gonna turn into this. This is proof that the wandering stars are different than those twinkling lights we see. And this is why they had to come with the solar system deception. But it's during these times where we can see the truth that they're deceptive. This is the most tense time for these folks because the heavens is telling on them. The sky is aligned in a way right now that's condemning their science, y'all. But they got the world under a spell, and we never grasp the beauty of these so-called awakenings. What's the purpose of us calling it a great awakening if we never get why the ancestors called it that? The ancestors called these shits great awakening because they taught us that we would regain our truth if we studied the sky during these times. We would see that the enemy was lying to us about our place in the universe, which is very important. Because if you don't know your place in the universe, that's the reason you're a slave. Because if you don't know your damn place in the universe, guess what? The white man gonna put you in a place. I'ma say it again. If you don't care nothing about learning and knowing your place in the universe, they'll put your ass in your place. I don't know about you. I put other niggas in their place. Ain't nobody gonna put me in my place. Because I know my place. And if you don't know your place in the universe and don't care about knowing your place in the universe as humanity, then those in power gonna always put you in your place. And that's gonna be as a damn slave. That place gonna always be a slave. Because a slave starts off being a slave the moment he stopped valuing the knowledge of self. Let's move on. So I'm gonna breeze through some more damning things that's gonna show us more deception here. So I thought this was an interesting article. During the time the conjunction was taking place, people were celebrating and stuff, but in a way I was kind of cringing. And I was hurting because I said to myself, if you look at the time stamps on these images, because during this time, people around the world was posting their pictures of the Great Conjunction. And I said to myself, this is a scary time to be alive because it proves that we are all so dumb that we don't know we on a flat earth. Think about it. People all around the world, on the Eastern world and Western world, some people's sky was night, some people's sky was day, but it still was visible from the East and West world. Remember now, the biblical, they call this the Star of Bethlehem, family. Let me school y'all on something. The reason the story of Christ's birth was such a miracle is because The star that the three wise men saw was said to be visible around the whole world. Had you would have been living during the time of them three wise men, no matter where you at on the earth, you would have saw this sign in the sky and said, a Christ is being born. According to the biblical story, Christ was born under a great conjunction. And guess what, y'all? Don't you know Christian theologians have debated whether Christ's birthday is the 25th or the 21st? Let me take a walk. Let me take a walk. Let me take a walk. You know why I gotta take a walk? Because I don't think y'all just heard what I just said. You didn't just hear me. Why was the church debating the birth of Christ? Yeah, Christmas used to be on the 21st. I'm not making it up. I ain't making it up. Listen to me, family. Jesus was born at the start of the winter solstice. And the winter solstice start on December 21st. And the great conjunction that supposedly took place when Christ was born would have been this time yesterday. In other words, it would have been 12/21, whatever the year was of Christ's birth date. So why do we celebrate Christmas on the 25th if Christ's star was in the sky on the 21st? Want to know why? When did the Great Conjunction happen? It happened on a Monday. Why is that important? Because during the time when when Christmas was represented by the 21st, it was also during a time when a lot of people was revering Christ as a moon goddess. So the December 21st and this great conjunction connection with Christ also goes into a little bit of Christ's moon god prehistory before he was a sun god. And it also explains why it took place on Moon Day or Monday. Yeah. Christ's star appeared in the sky on a Monday or a moon day. And when Christ was first introduced to the earth, he was introduced as a moon god first. Pope Gregory solar calendar was not completed before they started worshiping Christ. So they was worshiping Christ before they completed the solar calendars. This is why all of those sun gods were first moon gods, because even though they had sun gods, they still was on the ancient lunar calendars. Now let's move on, because the story of Christ's birth is something we need to go back and think about. If you was living on the earth, if the Bible story is true, the miracle that you would have saw was not a miracle at all. People, what am I teaching you? Let me show you something. This finna warm you up. Watch this. What they calling a miracle, being the Star of Bethlehem, they're calling that Star of Bethlehem a miracle star because they saying it was visible to everybody on earth. That's the only thing make it a miracle star. The only thing that make Christ's birth a miracle birth besides him being virgin born was the fact that the stars told his birth to everyone on earth. Meaning everyone on earth knew when the Christ was born, because no matter where you was, you looked up and saw his star. Now, when everyone on earth yesterday, all over the world looked up and they saw this in the sky, guess what, y'all? We was reenacting the birth of Christ, how it would have happened in those ancient times. In those ancient times, they started creating the globe idea. The people of that time were medieval and dumbed down. So they was telling them the same lie that they telling us today. It's a miracle star. It ain't no damn miracle star. It's very simple. We just live on a flat earth. If this is a miracle star, then guess what, y'all? Let me show you something. If that's a miracle star, then guess what? Polaris a miracle star. Every star in the sky must be a miracle star, because guess what? Every star in the sky visible in any part of the earth at any given time. Only thing that'll stop you from seeing it is due to light, the way they call it light cancellation. Think about that. If Jesus' birth star was miraculous for the simple fact that everyone on earth can see it, then now we see why Polaris was miraculous to the ancestors. And now we see why Jesus was used to find your way home. The cross represents the compass. Jesus was personifying a North Pole, but when they replaced Polaris with the sun in the center, they misdirected us. Our compasses, we still navigate throughout the entire universe based upon a compass that sinks to the North Pole. Why would you use a compass sink to Earth's North Pole at any place in the universe? When you use another compass when you leave the Earth, one that has the sun at the center and not the Earth's core? Think about what I'm telling you. All compasses point to a center of a circle, not the middle of a sphere. Otherwise, your compass needle would bend into the fucking compass. How would that look? Think about what I'm telling you. A compass is flat, just like the earth, and a needle points to the center of the circle that it represents. This is very simple, fam. If you were on a globe earth using a flat compass, the fucking compass needle wouldn't point outward. It'll point into the compass at the middle of the globe earth. Did you hear what I just said? You don't use a flat compass on a spherical earth. Let me say that again. You don't use flat maps and flat compasses on spherical earths, and you damn sure don't calculate mileage by the square, because you cannot divide a sphere evenly by squares. Yeah, right. You cannot equally divide a sphere with squares. Time to wake up, globalists. The heavens is on my side. The stars are on Brother Sanchez's team. So they was telling the ancient Greeks and Egyptians the same lie that they telling us today. It's a miracle star. Ain't no damn miracle star, man. We just live on a flat earth. That's why everybody can look up and see it at the same time. Ain't no deep, that's a bunch of pseudoscience they give you. Then tell you, I'm giving you the pseudoscience. They'll tell you, I'm the pseudoscientist for telling you, man, your eyes ain't playing trick on you, bro, and this is not a miracle. It's simple. The earth is flat. What we see is what we see. But they'll say I'm the one teaching the pseudoscience when I'm telling folks It's not a miracle. You would think the pseudoscientist would be the nigga that's saying it's a miracle. And see, let me explain how your eyes tricking you. That sound like the damn magician right there. The nigga who telling you to trust your senses is telling you right, man. Nature gave you your damn eyes and your senses. Nature didn't give you no damn astrophysicist. Nature gave you your 20/20 vision. Nature didn't give you no goddamn theories and speculations. Nature gave you a beautiful sense called sight. God damn it, use it. And don't let nobody tell you that this beautiful sense of sight is failing you. When you know it ain't failing you and you know what you're seeing is what you're seeing. Let me see what else I got for you, because I'm going to show you how else you can debunk this crap. Now check this out. This what y'all got to realize, and this finna be a nail in the doggone coffin. I'm about to show you so many nails in the coffins with this thing. Now watch this. Now look at here. And listen up, guys. Because if you globalists listening, you can free your own mind tonight. Your scientists told you it takes 29 years for Saturn to make a complete revolution around the sun. In other words, a year for Saturn is 29 Earth years. Keep that in mind. Now, a year for Jupiter is 12 Earth years. Why is this important, and how can I use this to debunk the globe? How can I use this to debunk the solar system in relation to the Great Conjunction? Here's how. People, the Great Conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter only lasts for 2 weeks. You mean to tell me that in the process of 2 weeks, we see Saturn and Jupiter? I'm going to show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Watch this. When the Great Conjunction started, y'all, Saturn was right here, Jupiter was right here. In a matter of just 2 Earth weeks, we're going to see Saturn and Jupiter come so close that they make one star. Now, I want you to think about this, globalists. If we're looking up at Saturn and Jupiter from Earth, right? Keep that in mind. I want you globalists to think with me. We're looking up at Saturn and Jupiter from Earth. And within a span of just 2 weeks, the distance that they close in between each other are millions of light years. We seeing Saturn and Jupiter, guys. I want y'all to think of how silly this shit is, because it's making me mad. It's making me mad that folks don't get how ridiculous, how slow, how dumb the whole world is. Listen to what the fuck I'm saying real quick. In just 2 weeks, we looking up at Saturn and Jupiter close a distance that would take hundreds of thousands of years according to what the fuck they teach us. Are y'all slow, globalists? Are you really this slow? I guess y'all didn't pass math class. Let me do this again. There's no way, if it takes Saturn 29 years to make a lap around the sun and Jupiter 12 years to make a lap, that Brother Sanchez should see them close a fucking gap that's millions of light years between them in 2 weeks. Do you hear what I'm saying, guys? Do you hear me? I don't think they get it, y'all. I don't think they get it. I don't think they get it. I really don't know if there's any hope for globalists. Let me try this again. People, if it takes Saturn 29 years just to make 1 year around the sun. Keep that in mind. Just hold that thought for a minute. Let me show you something. Look at here, y'all. This is what you got to ask yourself. If it only takes 2 weeks for Saturn and Jupiter to close this big ass gap that we see in between them in this image. Look at the image here. Don't you know the distance between Saturn and Jupiter in this image would take at least a decade to close if you want to use Earth years according to what they teach us in science? Or are you fucking slow? There's no way in a matter of 2 weeks you're going to see Jupiter and Saturn kiss each other in 2 weeks when it takes Jupiter 29 years to go around the sun. People, oh my God, I wasn't the best at math, but I know this is right. It's mathematically impossible based upon distance and height. It's like an airplane trip. The higher up you are, the shorter the distance. If I want to walk to New York from California, that shit gonna take forever. But if I get up in the sky in an airplane, it ain't gonna take that long. Think of the same concept here as you listen to what I'm saying here. All right? This is the question you gotta ask. If Jupiter and Saturn continue on at the rate we see during a conjunction, it would debunk the amount of time it takes for Saturn to make a revolution around the sun. Do you get it now? If it only takes Jupiter and Saturn 2 weeks to close this gap, if they continued on their orbits around the so-called sun at this same rate that we're looking at them travel with our eyes, it'll probably only take Saturn a year or two to make his year around the sun. In fact, no bullshit, if Saturn and Jupiter the rate by which we're witnessing Saturn and Jupiter close this gap during this 2 week conjunction period, if they continue on at that rate, then guess what? It'll debunk the fact that Saturn takes 29 years to make a revolution. If they speeding up and slowing down, it can't be a constant speed if they want to maintain this lie. That's why I say it's a lie, because they do make it a constant speed. That was how they dug their own grave. Once they said these planets are traveling at constant speeds, it shot them in the foot. Because now you can't explain why they seem to be closing this gap in fucking 2 weeks from Earth. Listen, if I'm tracking Saturn in my telescope for listen, if I spent my whole life tracking Saturn with my telescope, because I want to be the man to witness Saturn make a full lap around the sun, guess how long it'll take me to do that? 29 years of my life. Did y'all hear what I just said? Listen to this, guys. Let me show you how stupid the world is. If I track Saturn, if I said to myself, I'm going to wake up every day of my life with a telescope and I'm going to follow Saturn my whole life until I witness Saturn make a full revolution around the sun. And I'm going to mark a little spot on the ground every time my telescope turns. So I would spend 30 years of my life following Saturn every day with my telescope. And that's how long it'll take my telescope to do a revolution. Do you hear me? Each day I would have to turn my telescope slightly a little bit because Saturn is moving very slow. Remember, it takes Saturn 29 years to go around the sun, to make a revolution around the sun. So if you tracking Saturn and you marking it, you got to be, first of all, hella patient. But your telescope is going to do a full circle within 30 years as it follows Saturn, right? So keep that in mind. It's going to take you 30 years to make a circle with your telescope to make a 1 year on Saturn. Took you 30 years of your life. But they telling you can see Saturn close this distance, right, in just 2 weeks. This is ludicrous, folks. Think about what I just told you. It'll take you 30 years watching Saturn from the Earth to actually witness Saturn do one lap around the sun. You would use 30 years of your life. Yet they telling you it only take you 2 weeks to see Saturn do 30% of it. That don't make sense. If it'll take me 30 years of my life to watch Saturn do a complete circle in the sky, then how the fuck with 2 weeks of it can I watch him do 30% of that circle? It don't make sense unless Saturn sped up at some point during my experiment. Do you get it? And if that happened, then that debunks that it ain't a constant speed that started since the Big Bang. Ain't nobody gonna debunk this globe like you, boy. Because I know the globe more than the globalists. And this why they don't offer me debates no more. Who want to debate a flat earther who's showing up talking like me? Nobody. You know who they want to debate? A shield like Mark Sargent, who gonna show up with the damn floating disc talking about the Bible and Jesus Christ made it with his hands. They don't want to put Brother Sanchez up there in these forums because I'm going to show up talking like this and the world ain't going to be able to deny it. Think about what I'm telling you. It'll take you 30 years of your life for your telescope to do a full 360 circle to watch Saturn do a circle in the sky. It'll take 30 years of your life if Saturn stay in a constant speed. And if Saturn stay in a constant speed and it'll take 30 years, there will never be a time out them 30 years where in 2 weeks you will witness Saturn close a gap this big. Y'all, that's impossible. This would be at least 20% of Saturn's circuit in its heavenly trajectory. And if it take you 30 years to do 100% of the circle at a constant speed, there's no way you're gonna do 20% of that circle in just 2 weeks. There's no way that's gonna happen. Think about what I'm telling you now. Think about it. Rewind the video and listen to the math, the numbers I'm giving to you. You cannot argue with these numbers. So this is why they're calling it a miracle, y'all. And they've been calling it a miracle for thousands of years now. This was supposed to be the signs that wake us up. But every time they happen, we get rocked back to sleep. And it buy them more time. And we need to quit calling it a great awakening. We need to call it a great asleepening, a great re-sleepening. Because if you ain't going to look at what the ancestors showing you in the sky to change your paradigm from the global deception, then you missing the awakening. Even though you know it's supposed to be an awakening, you don't get it. You still sleep. They should call it a great re-sleepening. How the hell we gonna keep calling it awakening time, but you niggas never awaken? Every time awakening time come, folks come with the ancient cosmology to change the new indoctrination that's been fooling y'all for 7,000 years. It's been creating a time matrix on earth, what Gregory and them started. Every time these alignments happen, truthers come out and start saying, wait a minute, something ain't right about what they telling us. And for a lot of years, people don't know nothing about flat earth. See, this is what y'all don't realize. People was pointing this out before the flat earth movement got re-sparked. People didn't know that the answers that they were seeking was in ancient cosmology. We didn't know that. All we knew was that, hey, something about these alignments means something. Something ain't right here. Hold up, something ain't right, and I need to question because somebody lying to me. People was thinking like that before the flat earth shit. People was saying, wait a minute, everything they teaching us in science ain't true. Because why the sky look like this? And that's why they come out and say, oh, it's a miracle time. It's a miraculous alignment. And what you saying is basically an objective perspective. It's a perspective-based phenomena and not a natural phenomena. This the magic that they play on us. The hypnotism, the spells they put on you. Never let a person tell you what you see. Because what you see ain't gotta be said. Remember, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So if I'm looking at a picture, he can keep his damn words. Once I show up in court with picture evidence, you can sit there and do all the damn talking you want. You can't tell the judge what he's looking at. My photo got you in my house when I'm at work stealing my shit. It ain't nothing you can open up your mouth and tell that judge to go against what the picture's saying. Because the picture's worth 1,000 words and the pictures speak for themselves. Once I show the visuals, that's it for the talking. Ain't no more talking at that point. That man, he got the visuals, the evidence. You got the talking. See that? The visual part is when we look up in the sky and everybody on earth see the same thing at the same time, family. That's the visual aspect of it. Let me go back to this is actually beautiful footage that I'm about to show you right now. So hit the like button. Let's go back to it and get into it now. Because I thought it was an awesome idea. People should do this more often. That's what the internet is for us to debunk the government. You know, D Marble did it before. He went live one day, and he went live with his buddies that was on the eastern part of the world, and they all streamed the sun and moon in the sky at the same time, in real time, which wouldn't have been possible on the globe. There's no way two people on the opposite parts of a globe can both look up and see both the sun and moon in the sky. Impossible on the globe, guys. All of these signs in the heaven are trying to let humanity know our true place in the cosmos is sovereignty. We are not flesh and bone humans living on a planet, a little rock. We are spiritual beings living inside of a universe. That changes the game. That changes the game. That changes the game for humanity. And that puts us back where we are. Now we can have some respect for ourselves. The kind of respect that you get based on the truth. Because the kind of respect you get from yourself based on a lie ain't nothing but ego. That ain't true. All right, that ain't truth. Now look at here. Let's go through this. I thought it was beautiful. People all around the world at the same time going outside saying, hey, look at what we see. Everybody on earth going up, looking up, seeing the same thing. But what we didn't ask is, wow, why are we able to do this if we on a globe? And when you do ask that question, they go in a 3-4 hour long lecture about perspective and basically how you ain't really seeing what you're seeing. So everybody on earth eyes is playing tricks on them according to science. I'm not making this up. They rather tell the whole world our eyes playing tricks on us than to tell the truth that we live on a flat earth, y'all. You can even see stars on the horizon right here. These are planets and stars back here on the horizon line. The only way you would see stars in the night sky rising on the horizon line is with the flat earth. That's why I keep showing y'all that right here. The horizon line represents the point of convergence. And see, the more see, if he start walking toward these lights, then the bottom of these lights will start to show. Just like when you see the sun on the beach horizon, sun on ocean horizon. Let me show you how the sun look on the ocean horizon. Look at here. We on a flat earth, family. Look at here. This is proof the flat earth. It's time to pay attention to outside and not the news and TV. Nature is telling us where we are as humanity, and we ain't listening. Look at here. The sun ain't going over a curve, because if it was, that'll make this shit here a waterfall. And if you think this is a waterfall, you're a damn fool. All right, you can get on a ship and follow the sun, and this bottom part will come back into view. It's only going being hidden by this fake line, which is a point of convergence that appears because guess what? Your eyes ain't binoculars. If you get your pair of binoculars out right now and zoom in, the bottom part of the sun will come back into view. Why? For the same reason where if you don't put the binoculars on, but if you get in a fucking speedboat and take off toward the sun, you will follow the sun and catch up to it. And that bottom part will actually come back into view. Now, if you park your boat in the middle of the ocean and let the sun leave you, that bottom part will that convergence line to go back there. But you traversing across a flat plane. It's just, this is a phenomenon what's going to happen when things get further and further away from us on an extended plane. It creates a false line that we call the line of convergence. And I'll show you more as it goes further and further away. Now, you can get on a boat and go toward the sun and you'll get that bottom part back again. All right, and it's not hidden by a curved water. Okay, you need to understand we don't live on a ball. We see with balls. Your eyes are a ball. So there's a point of convergence in the middle of those eyes. There's a little dot called a pupil. These two pupils make a focal point. That focal point in this image would be the sun in the middle of the horizon line. Okay? Now keep in mind, we can't see forever. So this is what happens because we can't. We lose the bottom. Things start to vanish from the bottom up. Because the horizon line, the ground is beneath us and the sky is above us. That's what creates this fake line. The horizon ain't real. You're sandwiched in between an infinite sky and an infinite ground. So anytime you look anywhere outward, it's going to look like this right here. Because you can't see outward for infinity. So your eyes create a limit where it makes everything bleed or vanish from the bottom up, and we call that a point of convergence. Now, why did I bring that up? Because if you look at this image, this beautiful image here of this brother here in the Middle East, I love his, see, what I like about the Middle East is so flat because you in the desert and everything clear in the sky, ain't no street lights and shit. So people in the Middle East really are able to see more in the sky than us because they got less light pollution and it's flatter. They can see further based on the geography of the land. No obstructions, geographic obstructions. Now, this is why a lot of these miraculous signs in the heavens were recorded in the Eastern world. These were signs that were mainly recorded in the East, if you ask me, for a lot of time, based on the nature of geography of the East. I would say that area of the plain is the best suited for sky watching. All right, you're a lucky person if you live in the Middle East areas and all that, and if you into sky watching, great place for that. But anyway, to get back on subject, what I like about this image, if you look at the horizon line, like I was just teaching you with the point of convergence, you can see the phenomena that I just explained with the sun. Look at the sun. Look at the sun, guys. Now let's go back to this image. You see how these bright stars in the background are vanishing from the bottom up on the horizon? It's because we're on a flat earth and you can't see forever. Now, if he walked toward those stars, the bottom part will come back into view. This shows us that everything we zoom in or zoom out on in the universe is directly, locally related to our positional perspective within the universe, and nothing is millions of miles away in our universal reality. We're finding out that the stars are within reach of humanity if our eyes are open, and this is one of the most greatest awakenings that you can experience at this time. Let's just go back to the footage here to show you what I mean, as we prepare for our next commercial break. So here, again, it's beautiful because, again, like I just said, these signs have always been there, but people have been telling us what we're seeing. And by doing so, taking away the beauty of the image, which is worth 1,000 words. The beauty of the sky showing, the reason the sky don't talk to us is because words can be misinterpreted. Symbols can't. A symbol is what it is. In other words, the sky speaks to the soul of humanity using the same method of sigil magic. Sigil magic. Okay, it's how nature speaks to us via the luminaries. And so you read in religion that we record these for signs and for what? Symbols. But see, when nature give you symbols that don't require words, and you accept the words of man to explain the symbol, the joke's on you. The joke's on you. Because guess what? I don't need to hear nothing from the scientists once the evidence is shown. You notice that a trial ain't long if there's evidence. That shit gonna be a very short trial. Why? Ain't no need of us talking for hours. We see the pictures. You can't deny the shit. We got proof, man. We looking at the pictures. Why would we have a 3-hour, 3-week long trial when the man got a security system and he got your ass on camera doing it? We ain't wasting money for that. We got the evidence. Ain't no need of hearing you talk. Lock his ass up. We looking at the footage. What you gonna tell the judge? But see, we let them fool us like that. Nature show up with visual footage that she given to us. Let me show you what I mean. See, because nature show up with evidence. Nature show up with signs and wonders to show us that we live in an infinite universe on a flat, stable, immovable stage. And all of the light in heaven is governed around us. What if your children knew how special they were? We will worship each other, not God. See, some dude out there will kill you in the name of some God because he believe about the God what we forgot about ourselves. When they told you that the universe was built around your deity, you stop glorifying your fellow brother and you start glorifying Superman and invisible imaginary friends, and you begin to exalt them above the real gods and goddesses that were on your left and your right side. So, before we take this commercial break, right, let me say this. All of this ties into how we see ourselves. You don't know your place or your worth if you don't know your position. And when man's position in the universe was demoted, we became barbarians. We only thought we were flesh and bone barbaric creatures confined to a rock whirling through a dark void, isolated from a creator who built a gate around himself from his own creation. Ouch. It makes my brain hurt every time. The things we believe about ourselves are so damning or so depressing or so. I see now why the whole world is at a depression epidemic. Look at the shit we believe about where we are on the earth. We started as a random mistake. Tell your child that. Good luck with that. Good luck telling your child, son, I want to let you know the truth. You were really a mistake that I really didn't plan to happen, but it was a big bang. You just happened, and now you started off dumb as fuck, son. And I had to fix you and change your biology to make you smart because you was a dumbass. That's called evolution right there. Man told you it was a mistake. Because it was a mistake, it was started off flawed, and man had to perfect it. It's just the opposite. It started off perfect, and man polluted it, poisoned it. But man fooled you. That did happen in reverse. Every human on the earth is created equal when we all look up, no matter where we are on the earth, and we see the same symbols positioned above each of our little heads. Each of our little gleaming little eyes look up at the one sky, and it tells us all the same thing at the same time because it don't practice favoritism. The sky don't operate like secret societies where it only tell a few people over here what's going on. Nature speaks to us with these luminaries, these signs and symbols. And when she gives us a message, she gives it to all of her children. And all of us take the message, just like you see here. But the question is, do we understand what Mama Earth is telling us? No, we don't, because it's misinterpreted by modern scientists as a miracle event. And that's just your fucking perspective. So let's take a commercial break and I'll come back and give you one more hour. And in this final hour, we'll do the climax of the stream, which will tie everything together. So you don't want to miss that, because then you miss everything you came for. Like, I'm about to tie it all together here, you know, at the end. So let me take a commercial break here, come back, and we're going to tie everything together and keep blowing you away with this enlightenment and this information from the ancestors. Be right back. And we back. Appreciate that quick commercial break. Let's go ahead and start tying all of this stuff together. This is the fun part. Well, hey, let me sift through these slides actually as well too. Just go into it. So also I wanted to know, what does this alignment mean to you guys on a spiritual level? So after we, address it from just the flat earth or globe earth debate, there is a spiritual meaning to this. I don't want people to think that I'm debunking. I don't want people to think that me saying I'm debunking this mean that I'm debunking the fact that it's not nothing special. It is something to kind of go within, rebirth yourself. You want to have a spiritual meaning for it too. We don't want to take that away. I'm just showing you the deception, right? That hid all of the magic behind these great alignments from us. It was during these times where the ancients confirmed to themselves that they had the right cosmology. It was during these times when that happened, when they confirmed to themselves they had it. My bad, I had to take a quick little phone call. But I want to let y'all hear at this time this guy that you're about to hear from works for NASA, and he's trying to explain the Great Conjunction. He's gonna do a horrible job. These people are paid liars, man. I'm about to show. Remember, all throughout this stream, I've been giving you real science, facts, and truth, provable with nature and math. Now think of all the knowledge I've given you these past 2 hours and compare it to what this guy about to give you who work for NASA, who make way more money than me. You will see that these people are paid liars. Watch how he try to explain this conjunction without telling the truth. Let's go to it. So now we about to go to the actual experts, right? The experts. Let's see what they saying. Come on, let's get this put up.
I am joined today by Dr. Henry Throop, astronomer at NASA headquarters. Henry, thank you so much for being with us today. I've been seeing so much buzz about the Great Conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter online. And can you share with us what's the science behind what's happening?
Thanks for having me here. It's so great to be able to talk about this conjunction that almost everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening here? Let's step back and look at our planet's place in the solar system. In the solar system, we have one star at the center. That's the sun.
First of all, let me put my camera up here if y'all don't mind. I'm about to drag this nigga to death. If you like classic Brother Sanchez shit, stick around. We far from done. We got about another hour and a half, 2 hours. Let me put my picture up here too so you can see my reactions. Because here's what you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna put my headphones on so we can react to this. Let's do this the right way. Let's do him justice. Hold on, y'all. Let's do this the right way. Cool. Now, off the back, I want to show y'all something. Coming from the hood, I know body language. And I'm going to ask y'all, most people in my chat room are black people. I want to ask everybody, all black people, some in my chat room, if you from the hood. If you from the hood, when you ask a nigga a question and the first thing he do is clap his hands together, he is lying. All black people know I'm telling the truth. If you from the hood and you know body language, black people. If you from the hood, if you ask a nigga a question and he say, I'ma tell you what happened, bro, you know he about to lie. You know body language. You know body language, black folks. Come on. Let your street smarts work right here with me. Don't never throw away your street smarts, black people. We know that shit don't fly in the hood. If you from the streets and you is on your toes as me, I look for shit like that. When I was in these streets, I always paid attention to body language and signs. It can save your life, man, in these streets. And guess what? One way to know a nigga lying, as soon as you ask that nigga something, bro, I'ma tell you what happened. That clap. When a nigga clap first, now I don't know why niggas clap first. I don't know why liars clap first. I've even done it, nigga. That's how I know I'm telling the truth. I've clapped before, right before I know I'm about to make up I'm about to lie my ass off. It's like that little clap allow me to brace myself and prepare for the lie. You know what I'm saying? I've done it before, so I know what just happened. But anyway, let me play the video.
I am joined today by Dr. Henry Throop, astronomer at NASA headquarters. Henry, thank you so much for being with us today. I've been seeing so much buzz about the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter online. And can you share with us what's the science behind what's happening?
Thanks for having me here. It's so great to be able to talk about this conjunction that almost everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening here? Let's step back
And yo, I thought black people were the only one do that when we lie. Listen, when a black man about to lie, he claps his hands first and he say, see what had happened was, that's how you know a nigga lying. Soon as you ask a nigga something, what had happened was, guess what? The white boy just did all of that shit. The white boy did the same thing. The white boy said, what's happening is, just like how a nigga be like, what had happened was, the white boy saying, what happening is, bro, everybody do that when they lie, even white people. I'm gonna play this shit back and I'm gonna let it play through this time.
I am joined today by Dr. Henry Throop, astronomer at NASA headquarters. Henry, thank you so much for being with us today. I've been seeing so much buzz about the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter online. And can you share with us what's the science behind what's happening?
Thanks for having me here. It's so great to be able to talk about this conjunction that almost everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening here? Let's step back and look at our...
You heard what he said? He said that everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening is now, see, this is what NASA pay him for. NASA is paying him millions of dollars to go up here and tell the whole world what's really happening is your eyes really playing tricks on you. It ain't really what you think you see. See, what's happened was, see, what's really happening is, watch, I'm telling you, after he just said everybody on earth can see it, he know that's a problem. You got to explain this. Why is everybody on earth can see this? Why is it that everybody on earth can see this? He got to come with it, man, on this interview. This is how he earned his money in these moments right here. He know that. He got to explain to the whole world why we see this shit if we on the globe. You know, something, and he say that too. Everybody can see it in the world at the same time. But what's happening is, come on with your lie, nigga. Because he ain't finna say the earth flat. But let me quit stopping the video. I know y'all tired of me stopping it. But look at his hands, though. When a nigga do like this, you know he lying. When a nigga be, man, see what had happened was, put your hands down, you lying motherfucker. You clap, you what had happened was, and you hit me with the Ayukin. You hit me with the Ayukin. That's how you know you lying, when you hit him with the Ayukin.
I am joined today by Dr. Henry Throop, astronomer at NASA headquarters. Henry, thank you so much for being with us today. I've been seeing so much buzz about the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter online. And can you share with us what's the science behind what's happening?
Thanks for having me here. It's so great to be able to talk about this conjunction that almost everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening here?
I swear I'm not gonna pause it no more after this, but I got to show y'all this shit because this shit here just funny to me. And I want y'all to look at his hands. You see how his hands look? Every time you see a nigga hands like that, and sometimes we do it out of habit. So I ain't saying everybody that do this is lying, but he's lying, yo. And I'm gonna show you something right now. Watch this. When you see a nigga hands like that, always remember this image I'm about to show you. See, that's them hands. See, that's these hands. Look, that's that. See, that's that I'm about to make up some shit that's finna just make you all fucked up in the brain. You ain't gonna know shit when he's done. This is the sorcerers. Look, that's them hands, bro. Yeah, that's them hands. That's the sorcerer's hand. That's how, this is the hands of a nigga who about to lie to you. You know he about to lie when he go, my nigga, I'm telling, like, bro, come on with that voodoo. With that goddamn, you ain't nothing but a liar and a deceiver, Satan. Get beneath me, Satan. Get beneath me, Satan. In the voice of my grandmother. Get beneath me, Satan. The devil is a lie. You ain't gonna work that spell on us over here because we is woke over here. We know them hands. That's the charlatan's hands. That's the hands of a charlatan right there. Ain't that right? Let me go and play this video.
Step back and look at our planet's place in the solar system. In the solar system, we have one star at the center, that's the sun. And then outward from that, you have the orbits of each of the individual planets. You have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and then in this case, Jupiter and Saturn are the ones that we're interested in. Now, you can imagine these as being, each of the planets is running on its own circle. Essentially, it's like runners on a track where we have the Earth and the sun at the center, and we are looking outward through the rest of the solar system and be able to see the rest of the planet.
He's doing a horrible job explaining this shit. Bro, that does not explain why all of these motherfucking people on the earth can look up and see this shit. I want y'all to pay attention now, because I'm going to play the video back, and all jokes aside, now we got to get down to business and debunk what he's saying now, because that didn't make no sense. See, that's what I'm talking about. Never trust a man that clap first before he started explaining this shit. But let me rewind this. Listen to him now.
Buzz about the great conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter online. And can you share with us what's the science behind what's happening?
Thanks for having me here. It's so great to be able to talk about this conjunction that almost everybody on Earth can see. So what's happening here? Let's step back and look at our planet's place in the solar system. In the solar system, we have one star at the center, that's the sun. And then outward from that, you have the orbits of each of the individual planets. You have Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and then in this case, Jupiter and Saturn.
Now look at the model he's showing. And remember what I taught at the beginning of this shit. Let's move on.
Are the ones that we're interested in. Now you can imagine these as being, each of the planets is running on its own circle. Essentially, it's like runners on a track where we have the Earth and the sun at the center, and we are looking outward through the rest of the solar system and be able to see the rest of the planets outside of us, especially Jupiter and Saturn. Now every 20 years, every 12 years, Jupiter goes around the sun. Its orbit around the sun is every 12 years. Saturn, the next planet out, has further to go, and it's moving slower because it's tugged around less strongly by the force of the sun's gravity. And so Saturn is quite a bit slower. Saturn takes 30 years to go around the sun when Jupiter takes 12 years. So every 20 years, Jupiter is going to pass Saturn in its orbit. And you can imagine this just being like runners on the track. You're standing there at the center, and you've got a fast runner on the inside track, and they're overtaking and passing the slower runners going further on the outside track.
And again, you know how you debunk that? Because if all the runners on the track running at constant speeds, then guess what? If it take one of them runners 29 years to run a lap, and it take the other one around 12 years to run a lap, yeah, the one that it only take 12 years gonna keep passing the one that it take 29 years. But guess what though? If I'm in the crowd watching a race, when the racer that's running the fastest past the slowest one, I'm gonna witness the transition in a split second. Just like we witnessed with this great conjunction. Y'all don't hear me? I did the math earlier. The great conjunction is only 2 weeks. If it take racer A 29 years to make a lap, and it take racer B 12 years to make a lap, when racer B passes racer A, I'm not gonna see the transition in just 2 goddamn weeks if both racers are running at a constant speed. Did we all take math class? See, he ain't dealing with no dummies over here, y'all. He ain't dealing with no dummies. The average American is too dumb to even think the way I just thought. They too dumb to even go, their mind don't even think like ours, y'all. Think about what I just said, because he ain't bring up that point. He did not bring up that point. He brought up a good point, and he explained it the right way. But what he did not explain is why the great conjunction is only 2 weeks before Saturn and Jupiter breeze by each other. But then when we don't see them no more, all of a sudden they go back to a constant speed of 29 years and 12 years. What's the odds of that? What's the odds of you watching a race and racer A is running at 10 miles per hour? Racer B is running at 20 miles per hour. But when racer A passes racer B, they both double their speeds just during the time when they pass each other. And after that little bit of time when racer B passed racer A, they go back to their regular speeds. That'll be a weird race, wouldn't it? That race would look kind of weird, right? Think about what I just said. Racer A is running 10 miles an hour. Racer B running 20. But when racer B get ready to pass racer A, during the time they start passing each other, they both double their speeds until racer B finally pass racer A, then they go back to the regular speed. Never saw that happen in a race ever. And there's no way you could say that's what's happening, because if you're going to say it's taken Saturn and Jupiter all of this time to make 1 year around the sun from Earth's perspective, then from Earth's perspective, we shouldn't see them clear this much of space of millions of miles in just 2 weeks. He don't want to talk about that. Because in order for us to see that and we still maintaining a globe, is if it happened the way I just said. When we witness it, that's when they double in their speed now. And when we look away, that's when they running normal. It can't, that's the only way you can have this work, is when we look at them, they go fast, peekaboo. And when we look away, they slow down. And when we look again, they speed up. And when we look away, they slow down. That's the only way this scientist can be right, if it happened that way. And we know it don't. But he ain't gonna deal with none of that, because he know he talking to dumbed down people.
Taking and passing the slower runners going further on the outside track. And that's exactly what's happening in our solar system this week. In this diagram here, you can see Jupiter as it's approaching Saturn. And then from our perspective on Earth, you'll see it lined up almost in exactly the same place in the sky.
Remember, when they use the word perspective, it means what we see is not really what he's explaining what is. This the magic. Y'all don't get the magic of what's happening? He's saying, look, why ain't we looking at the real thing? Y'all don't see the magic? Why are we dealing with computer animations? Because he's showing you what he wanted to be instead of showing you this. If he was a real scientist, this is what we'll be looking at. You know why he don't want to look at this? Come on, this is damning, y'all. I just showed you. If they let the sky speak for itself, the sky condemning them at this time. I just told you. If they let the sky speak for itself, the sky will condemn this dude without Brother Sanchez. The smart people will see, wait a minute, what he's saying ain't what we witnessing here. So when they go up here, they ain't gonna show up looking at the real deal. Look, this is a hypothesis you looking at. This is not what these folks got their telescope on. Why ain't we dealing with real science? Look, he's explaining a natural phenomena with a computer translation of it, when we can just use the natural thing and start critiquing it. This is a religion, y'all. This is religion. It's the belief in what the reality that the computer generates, as opposed to the one outside. You believe in a computer generated reality. That's called hypnotization. You believe in this. All this mumbo jumbo and all that shit make you think this man's smart, and he's just working his magic on you. Abracadabra. All the hand motions is to make you think he's smart. Hand gestures speak to our subconscious as wisdom. So all of these guys cross their legs, and what's happening is they can tell you anything long as they look like this and talk like this doing it. You're going to be like, he's smart. See, this is science right here. That science. Science is right here, man. It's the child outside pointing up saying, Mommy, look at that. And wondering and asking questions. Not the dude who think he unlocked the secrets of the universe and but we don't know how to stop niggas from coughing and sneezing. But we know what the whole secrets of the universe, but they can't stop COVID and the flu. Yeah, right. Some ain't right. So they giving you a computer generated reality. They haven't showed you one picture of the actual conjunction. This man sat here 3 minutes and talked about the Great Conjunction and then show you one picture of it. He showed you a bunch of this with his hands and computer generated shit. And people will accept this right here and all what he just did over what we see outside with our eyes. And the reason he got to go up there and do that is because science has told us what we see during this conjunction is not reality. It's a phenomena that's based upon perspective. It's not a natural phenomena. So this guy's job is to come out here and show you what you're really seeing. But if he was to really show you what you're really seeing, guess what he would show you? What's happening in the sky instead of what's happening on a computer. Since they convince you that what you're seeing is not real in the sky, you ask a question. So what am I seeing? And you go to him to tell you what you're seeing in the sky on a computer. But what he's showing on a computer don't match up with the phenomena we see in the sky, and they both don't agree with each other. And I'm showing you how they don't agree. It's because the computer is not explaining a natural phenomena. What they generate from the computer is the reality they want you to believe. If he really wanted to teach the truth, he would have showed up with a computer generated hypothesis. He would have showed up with footage from outside. And we would have began critiquing this. Think about it. This conjunction take place like once every 800 and some years. Do you know how rare this thing is? If I was going to teach my students about this conjunction, I would do them a disservice showing up with a damn computer generation. People, we look at computers all day. All day we look at computers. All day we Google and look at computer generated shit. Here is something happening in the sky that you only gonna be able to see every 800 years, and NASA show up with more computers, more Google. Nigga, why ain't we looking up at the sky? This shit is beautiful. Go outside, look at it. If I'm a teacher teaching my child about the Great Conjunction, and I don't, you know what I would do? I would say, hey class, everybody show up at my house at nightfall with your parents. We doing this at my house, and I'm having a party for my class, and it's gonna be a teaching party. I wanna teach my young students about astrology, and we're gonna be witnessing an event that's very rare together as a classroom, since we all astrologers. You think I'm gonna tell my classroom to show up for the Great Conjunction in the classroom and let's cut the computers on and load up the software while the fucking conjunction going on outside? I want y'all to think of how stupid this is. You are a teacher. There's a rare natural event going on in the sky that's only gonna happen every damn near 1,000 years. And you take your classroom into the fucking school and tell them to boot up the computers and let's load the software up to learn about the conjunction when it's happening outside. The Great Conjunction is literally going on in the sky, and you got your classroom in a classroom looking at some damn computers instead of learning about the Great Conjunction that's happening by looking at the real shit that's happening. Why would you do that as a teacher? Because you got something to hide. You know why you would do that as a teacher? If you really don't want them to see the real thing in the sky, because that's what's condemning your teachings. I keep telling y'all that. They don't want nobody looking up right now. That's why they got everybody, fear is scared and civil war, racial shit. And nobody's studying the sky right now during all these alignments. Ain't nobody paying attention to nature trying to wake us up to this great awakening. Man, if an astrologer showed up at your house right now and he found out you had a telescope, it'll make him uncomfortable. They don't like people that look up at the sky. They like people that go online and look at the computer generated reality. Don't y'all know less than 10% of the world own telescopes? Let me say that again. Less than 10 to 20% of the entire earth own telescopes, yet the whole world think they know about the mysteries of the universe without telescopes. Why? Because of niggas like him. What they learning is the computer matrix reality. That's not what's happening outside, family. They detached from reality and they plugged into a generated reality that AI is making. If you are a legitimate teacher, there's no way you about to teach the Great Conjunction with a computer hypothesis when it's literally happening in real time. Y'all don't hear me, man? As a parent, you would fire that teacher. You would say, wait a minute, he had my son in class in front of a damn computer screen during the solar eclipse, teaching about the solar eclipse. The whole world will say, fire that teacher. They would say that's the dumbest teacher in the world. And you know what they would ask the teacher? Damn, Mr. Richardson, why would you be teaching them about the solar eclipse using a fake computer program of a fake solar eclipse when you could have just took them outside that day because the eclipse was happening that day you decided to teach them? He wouldn't know how to answer that, because if he told the truth, guess what he would say? The reason he took them and put them in front of the computer to teach them about a solar eclipse that was happening in real time is to hide the real truth outside. People, they scared of these alignments. They know these alignments are rare, but when these alignments happen in the sky, they create everything to keep us from looking up. Prove me wrong. Look up every time on earth where it's been a great alignment and see that it was some major going on. Because they go to getting scared when the sky go to snitching on them. They got to distract you from looking up. So when big events are happening in the sky, they start saying, look at the computer, look at the TV so we can show you what's happening in the sky. Ain't that stupid? If something happening in the sky, shouldn't our teachers be saying, hey, look at the sky so I can show y'all what we seeing in the sky? No, they got everybody looking at the computers and the TV while the real shit happening in the sky, and half of the world got a fake reality of what's going on in their natural world. They living in a fake paradigm. The teachers, knowing that if they pointed us to these alignments and really start, listen, let me show you how deep it is. If they took everybody outside and pointed up at these alignments in the sky, but still tried to teach us the lie while pointing at what the sky doing, it'll convict them. It will convict them. It'll be like me showing up with evidence to the judge and I'm showing him the robber in my house while my whole family at work stealing shit. It'll be like the robber trying to use my photo evidence for his evidence to get free. The moment the robber get a judge that image and try to explain to the judge that he was not in my house using a picture that shows him in my house, He's convicting himself with the visual evidence, even though his mouth is saying something else. And that's not gonna fly with the judge. The best thing a robber could do is try to destroy the evidence or try to get everybody not to look at the evidence. But the robber wouldn't dare present my evidence for his defense because it's gonna always be damning no matter what he say. Because the pictures speak for itself. That's why they can't take us outside and point up at the real sky and teach us the fake shit. They got to say, come in here, let me get you in front of this computer. Let me show you my demonstration. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why are you showing me what a demonstration if we dealing with reality? You don't got to demonstrate the truth. It's happening outside. Explain yourself pointing at the phenomena that's happening in reality, not the one you trying to make happen on a computer screen right here. That's called sleight of hands. Y'all don't see how they fooling you. They know they can't take you outside and still tell that lie while you looking at the shit in reality. They got to take you inside. Even though the shit happening outside, they gonna explain it from a computer inside. Come on now. Think about what I'm saying, folks. It ain't hard. You would get mad at your child's teacher for doing that. If your child went to school on a day of a solar eclipse and that science teacher didn't take them children outside that day to go look at the eclipse, that teacher would get fired. Did you know that? Do you know how dumb a teacher would look if we got school during a day that a solar eclipse is happening and my science teacher is teaching about solar eclipses and he have classroom and he conduct class in the building in front of a fucking computer generated form of an eclipse? All the parents would complain and say, fire that science teacher. It don't take a genius to know that that's stupid. Why the hell would you have them children in a fucking classroom teaching them about a solar eclipse using a fake animated solar eclipse on a computer when a real solar eclipse was happening outside at the same time you was doing that? That'll be a dumb teacher. Yet that's what's happening though. That's what NASA doing to y'all though. This is how they take y'all out of reality into the theoretical universe. And I'm trying to wake you up. It's just another religion. I'm trying to wake you up from it.
Planet out has further to go, and it's moving slower because it's tugged around less strongly by the force of the sun's gravity. And so Saturn is quite a bit slower. Saturn takes 30 years to go around the sun when Jupiter takes 12 years. So every 20 years, Jupiter is going to pass Saturn in its orbit. And you can imagine this just being like runners on the track. You're standing there at the center, and you've got a fast runner on the inside track, and they're overtaking and passing the slower runners going further on the outside track. And that's exactly what's happening in our solar system this week. In this diagram here, you can see Jupiter as it's approaching Saturn, and then from our perspective.
You see what I'm saying? Now here go the magic. Every time he say from our perspective, that's him blaspheming the reality. See, instead of him saying from what we really see, instead of him saying from our reality, instead of him saying from our sense of sight that we shouldn't deny, he's saying from our perspective. But have you ever looked up the definition of the word perspective? Have you ever done it? I want to know, have you ever done it? Let's look it up. Perspective, the art of drawing solid objects on a two-dimensional surface so as to give the right impression of their height, width, depth, and position. In other words, it's basically to lie to you and to fool you out of using your senses. Read the definition. It's a fucking art form. It's an art form. Are you getting this? This is why scientists use the word perspective a lot, because it's not science, it's theoretical art. They ain't giving you science. They giving you Renaissance art, cosmic art, mythological art of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus. This is Roman art. It was an art form called perspective. That's what gave birth to the heliocentric universe. Oh yeah, we going deep today. Let me show you some. The art of drawing solid objects on a two-dimensional surface. In other words, what they telling you is it's the art of taking a three-dimensional phenomena, what we see in our real reality, and explaining it from a two-dimensional perspective. Are y'all seeing this? Are y'all seeing the magic of the witches? Are you seeing it? The dumbass Greeks had a two-dimensional view of the universe. The ancestors had a multi-dimensional view of reality. Let me say that again, because a lot of you don't get this. I'm going to say it slow. The Greeks, to the most, had a 2D to 3D understanding of nature. Our ancestors had a multi-dimensional understanding of nature. So a Greek's version of explaining the universe is always going to be two-dimensional. Look at here. And they have trapped y'all in 2D. It's my job as a cosmic warrior to try to awaken people from 2D to 5D. Some of them in 3D. But right now there's a paradigm shift going on where we flunked so many years during these awakening periods that we behind. We supposed to be going from a 4D understanding of reality to a 5D understanding right now. But we've been stuck in a two-dimensional understanding of the universe for 7,000 years. And y'all can thank the Greeks and the Egyptians for that. They've been holding us back from our spiritual growth, y'all, with this two-dimensional ass understanding. This is not how we see our reality. That's why he don't want you to go outside. We live in a three-dimensional world. And when we witness these alignments, we're witnessing all of the dimensions or the ethers sync up with each other. And what this shows us is proof of an ancient multi-dimensional universe during these alignments. It shows us that these terrariums are separated within each other like layers of an onion. And if each one has its own sun and moon, we will see it from our perspective like a conjunction. And I hate using the word perspective. But they gave us these words so that this language can be a curse for us. But I'm breaking the curse now. So we live in a 3D world. But the Greeks hid that from us. We know we live in a 3D world. So why is the Milky Way two-dimensional? We know we live in a 3D world. So why is our science based on a two-dimensional universe? You never thought about that. Or maybe you don't understand what dimensions are. So it's a hard job to take a person with a two-dimensional understanding of reality outside and tell them, look at the sky, and try to explain to them flat earth in a 3D world that they live in, especially if they never really been outside connecting with the stars and they think they smart and got it all figured out because all they've been doing is looking down into books and simulations and animations. And y'all been studying a computer generated universe since you was born. You ain't really been studying what's outside. What's been going on is just what he's doing to you right now. Look at this like a hypnotization spiral. This is a hypnotization spiral that they use to create a two-dimensional aspect of our reality in your mind. But if you actually go outside and stop listening to them, your own subconscious will start to resonate with the three-dimensional aspect of our reality. It's sad that we are three-dimensional. We're more than three-dimensional beings. We multi-dimensional beings. Earth is a three-dimensional plane. Now we able to move our consciousness beyond this dimension to other ethers. But let's just focus on here for right now. I don't want to go too deep. Anyway, let's focus on this 3D world we in, because we don't understand it. So if I start talking about astral projection and going to other ethers, you won't even you wouldn't dare understand them worlds because they're more advanced. The laws are different than what's here. So we ain't gonna even talk about them. You cannot go to those worlds until you understand this one. It's like a video game or like school. You can't go to the next class till you understand the current one. The universe the same way. That's why it's called a universe. It's a university. The sperm, you were a sperm. You had to figure out the shape of your daddy to find the egg. You want to know how important the shape of the earth is? That's how important it is. According to the ancestors, they spent their whole lives talking about the shape of the earth and the universe, and they was building cosmic maps that they can use in the afterlife. So these maps weren't paper. It was memories of the cosmic, the fractal nature of the universe that they embedded in symbolic spiritual systems in their Akashic memory. And if you ever forget that, you won't be able to reincarnate. Let me explain something to you. How did the sperm know how to find the egg if it didn't ask the shape of the universe when it was living in the daddy? You were a sperm. You didn't have no North Star system to find that egg. Why didn't you get lost? Because we always trying to figure out the shape of the universe every time we born. Because that's directly related to the way out of there. In your next lifetime, you're going to be trying to figure out the shape of that dimension. I'm going to say it again. When you were a sperm, you were asking yourself, you were swimming around your daddy nutsack saying, I wonder what the universe shaped like, where the ends of it at. You saw all of these little white portals or openings, and you wondered. Every now and then a gateway opened, and that was when the daddy was having sex and he busted a nut. And the sperm that he shot out during that time, we can say, were the ones who decided to travel to the stars. Because from a sperm's perspective, coming out of the phallus is traveling upward to the sperm. It's ascension. And this is how you were born. But you were the one doing this. As a sperm, you knew where to find the egg, where to go. And the only way that can happen is because you were studying your environment for years. And in the medical field, they will tell you that the sperms that find an egg are just like experienced humans. Sperm ain't just not doing nothing when daddy ain't having sex. When daddy ain't having sex, the sperm are exploring and learning how to swim better and trying to figure out a way out. Now, the sperm that figures a way out realizes that the only way I can get out is during an alignment time. And an alignment time to us is what we looking at here. A gateway opening above us. But from a sperm inside of a man, it's his daddy having sex. A gateway is opening. When the penis enters the womb and the sperm start to travel into the vagina of the woman, they already are familiar with the heavens, which is the woman. What I'm saying is, there's a lot of sperm that don't come. That's some sperm that's been sticking around that nutsack saying, I'm not ready to see what's out there yet. So every time your daddy busts a nut, that don't mean this particular sperm gonna go out when that portal open. Imagine if you the sperm that's saying, you know what? I notice every time there's a pattern here. There's an opening and some of these sperms leave. There's a great reset. That's what we going through now. See, every time daddy busts a nut, all of the sperm in his nutsack, the population increase like extermination, like genocide. And it take him a few days to build his population back up. From an earth perspective, we would call it a great reset. So when he shoot his load, his population decreases. What they trying to do on earth now. Reset it. Now look, every time this happened, it's dealing with graduation for the souls on earth during that time, as said by the Mayan. It ain't the fact that they killing a lot of people at this time. Think about it. You don't see the powers that be, but you see the evil effect from them. If you were a sperm living in your daddy's nutsack, every time your daddy bust a nut, guess what you will say? The people in power wiping us out, man. If you were a sperm living in your daddy's nutsack, every time the population got exterminated, you wouldn't look at it like I'm inside of a man who just bust a nut. You would be saying, man, they killing us, bro. They killing us, man. Now, I'm not giving them an excuse. I'm saying that what they're doing is written in the stars. They have to go through this great reset during this time because it's a great awakening in the minds of humanity on earth. And they can't have a population this big during a great awakening. I mean, that's only simple math, that if the sleeping giant start waking up, I'd rather shrink him to a dwarf before he wake up, which means let me decrease the population during the Aquarian, the beginning of Aquarius. Everybody know Aquarius was symbolic of knowledge. We're right in a, like we're right in the fruition of Aquarius where the knowledge is just heightened. And at this time, the death toll is high. and y'all don't see what's happening, the signs in the heavens are condemning them. And again, this is why they can't point outside. Look, man, I never saw so many virtual conjunctions until this year. I'm serious, yo. I went online to pull up the Great Conjunction, and it took me a while because everybody was giving virtual conjunctions. Damn near every live had in the title a virtual observatory of the conjunction. I'm like, why would they do that? Why would there be so many virtual streamings of it? Who wouldn't want to see the real thing? Like, that's robbery. Why would I wait on a rare eclipse just to show you a virtual one? We can always see the virtual one. Why the real one happening? Let's all talk about that one and look at that one. And when it ain't happening, then we can show the virtual ones. And quite frankly, fuck the virtual one. Because if we recording the real one, we can just keep replaying that motherfucker. That's the real thing is always better than this two-dimensional computer-generated hypothetical version. This is the one based upon the observer's perspective. But what are you observing? You're observing a generated hypothesis. And this is misinterpreting your true perspective, which is what's happening outside. Are you getting it now? Do you understand how you're being played? I hope so.
On Earth, you'll see it lined up almost in exactly the same place in the sky.
Okay, so if this lines up about every 20 years, why is this one occurrence so close together since 1623?
That's right. So the planet's orbits are not exactly flat in the solar system. If they were exactly flat and everything was in the same plane, then the planets would in fact cross in front of each other. And so Jupiter would block Saturn in the sky. Because the planet's orbits are slightly tilted and not aligned exactly, then the planets pass near each other, but not exactly in front of each other. Now, usually every 20 years, when Jupiter overtakes Saturn in its orbit, it passes about a degree apart from Saturn in the sky. And a degree is about twice the width of the full moon. So you can see them separated very widely in the sky, about like yay. Now, this particular time, they're coming very close, and that's just because of the alignment between them. They're not close in space. They're still hundreds of millions of kilometers apart from each other, but they're in the sky. They appear as 2 points very close in the sky, and it's about a tenth of a degree apart. In fact, they're so close that if you take your pinky and
Yes, I got a message for Solar Vision Debate League. To my moderators, do not block Solar Vision Debate League. I've been over there on that league. They welcomed me over there. They didn't give me the best treatment, but he can redeem himself from that, and maybe they can re-welcome me. This ain't a situation where me and Solar Vision should beef with each other. It's actually an opportunity for networking, where us brothers can come together and we can double stream it on each other platforms for the people. And even though you run a debate league, my brother, we don't have to debate it at first. You can, if you want to, my brother Solar Vision, email me, right? And let's set it up, man. I would do you better than some troll in the chat. So to Solar Vision Debate League, have some class, man. Because you got a YouTube channel, you're a content creator, and we shouldn't be in the chat room kind of with trollish behavior. As fellow content creators, we email each other and set it up because we do this shit. So I got a little bit more respect for content creators than I do from just chat trolls. So I'm telling my brother Solar Vision, you know, to email me, because, brother, you don't have to do that. I'll let you talk. I'll let you come up. I got you VIP, right? So don't block Solar Vision. Let me give you my email. I'm going to put it. Moderators, can you put my email in the chat so we don't have to stop the show for me to get at for them? That's why I mod y'all up to help your boy with stuff like that. Just type that my email in there for the brother so I can keep this moving for the people. Hook him up so we can set this up. Thank you, my awesome moderators. So Solar Vision, email me, man. And guess what? I'm going to respond urgently and we're going to set it up. Now, I got a debate coming up on Christmas versus Inky. So it's going to have to be after that, right? I don't want to do nothing prior to that because we promoting that right now. And I don't want to mess that up. I want to do right by Sarnetta. So, he promoting that right now. Everybody looking out for it. I don't want to do no other debates until I do that one because it won't be right or fair by Sarnetta. Somebody say I don't have no sound, so let's get on the mic check real quick. If you can hear my voice loud and clear, put a 1, and if you can't, put a 2. So let's go ahead and get the mic check real quick. 1 if you can hear me, 2 if you can't. Okay, so we good. Kane, that's on you. Kane said he couldn't hear me, yet he put a 2 saying he couldn't hear me. It's a trick question and you failed. I'm about to unmod you, bro. How are you answering us by saying you can't hear me? If I ask somebody, can you hear me, and they say no, that means they can fucking hear me. What is wrong with y'all? I don't know if maybe I'm tripping. I'm sorry, Kane, but I don't get it. I'm sorry, brother. I don't get it though. That's confusing. Like, you got to hear us. You saying you don't hear us when we ask, so you got to hear us. I don't get that shit. Y'all trolling, man. Cut it out.
And you extend it at arm's length, you'll be able to cover both planets with just your pinky finger. Now, this is a rare alignment. This happens just about every 400 years. The last time it happened was 400 years ago when the planets were this close in the sky.
Star of Bethlehem. Why are people calling it the Star of Bethlehem?
So this so-called...
Hey, my brother Kane Delaney, it's all love, my brother. I'm just tripping. This energy drink ain't good for me, and it be turning a nigga up. This is my 3rd one of the day. I don't promote these energy drinks. This is worse than anything, man. I gotta stop. But yeah, it gets you going and just, but yeah, it's all good, my brother. You know you my peoples. But let's do this, right? At this time, people asking me, why is this stream so long? Because there's a lot of information to go over here. You must be still enjoying it if you hear those. So enjoy the shit. Hit the like button. All right. Now, here's another clip. Now that we got the part out the way where it debunks the globe model and all that. Okay. Can't nobody argue with me. I don't know why Solar Vision even want to do that. Because I ain't telling them but the truth. How I lied. This man came up here with a computer-generated model that took us away from the truth. And had he dealt for what we saw out here in the ain't no way Solar Vision can tell me how everybody on Earth can look up and see this shit and we on a globe. They're going to have a hard time doing it. But you know what they're going to do? The same thing this man doing. If I go over there to Solar Vision and debate, I guarantee you they're going to come over and show up with diagrams and computer-generated shit like this, telling me how it's not what you really seeing. Oh my God, y'all are so pseudo. You really think it's what you see. So the new pseudo is not you're a pseudoscientist if you trust what your eyes seeing, other than a bunch of feminine niggas clapping their hands talking about, see, what's happening is, it ain't that you see what you see. What's going on is, let me show you my little diagram, see. When a nigga go to pulling out scratch paper and shit, drawing up shit, bro, you're lying. We got the picture here. Why you pulling up the scratch paper? Think about it. We got the truth right here in the sky, what everybody in the world see. Why wouldn't he deal with that? See, a liar gonna point you away from the truth and point you at that scratch paper. See, let me show you what's really happening. Look over here. Let me draw this out for you. And you gonna be like, well, hold up, bro. Why you got to do all that if we looking at it? Just explain to me what I'm looking at. Don't try to make me look at something else. That's a magician. And y'all don't see how they getting y'all with that. If I show up the Solar Vision Debate League, they ain't gonna debate what's outside. They gonna show up debating this matrix reality right here. So we ain't talking about the same reality. That's where the problems lie, and it's not a debate. It's two niggas in two different realities. One nigga lives in a damn computer-generated world, and the other nigga actually go outside and understand that there's no way what he can see in his real reality can be true if what's on a computer screen, what they show him is true. These two realities contradict each other. This reality they giving us on a computer contradicts the shit outside. That's why when he get ready to teach you to lie, he got to point you away from the truth. Whenever these folks debate this shit or try to teach it, they never go outside and point up in the sky and use reality. They always go to the diagrams and the theories and the models and the demonstrations. That's what this is. Only thing you will have to demonstrate is a hypothesis. You can't demonstrate the truth that's happening in real time. It's not a demonstration. It's a natural happening. Nature ain't performing a demonstration in the sky. And if you watching what's in the sky, you watching reality. And you dealing with that. But if you dealing with the demonstration, that ain't got nothing to do with what nature doing. That's what they doing to your mind. That's the universe they building in your mind. But that ain't the one you live in outside. And until you realize that is really no debate. You still in a fucking matrix and you trying to debate Neo and you need to stay in your fucking place. I'm tired of all you damn globalists being so jittery and anxious to debate a flat earther without doing research just to get your ass embarrassed. Don't you realize the flat earthers channels are growing and y'all's ain't? And some of you niggas been on here double the time as us. Folks are waking up. It's called a great awakening. You need to look in the mirror and ask yourself, why are you repeating the same shit they gave us in school to miseducate us and detach us from our ancestors? Why aren't you challenging the status quo? You're fucking defending it. That's not science. That's a nigga with cognitive dissonance defending his fucking religion. In 2021, niggas gotta step their game up trying to debate us. We too fucking advanced for these boneheads. No offense to Solar Vision, but a lot of niggas over there on his channel still believing in motherfucking talking snakes and niggas walking on water. You should be honored that a nigga like me even entertaining this shit, cause I got a class to teach. I'm a fucking professor. And I gotta go debate kindergarten teachers about motherfucking solar systems that don't fucking function properly. Solar systems that they're rewriting. Keep in mind when these niggas show up to debate me, the model that they defending ain't even the model that scientists got currently. They don't even upgrade their models with science. They working on a model right now without gravity. And globalists still trying to prove gravity while their fucking scientists are trying to create a theory that exclude gravity. They're behind in their own fucking curriculum, y'all. That's why I say I'm tired of debating these niggas. I know more about their science than them. Show up to debate a fucking globe earther and he's still debating you with Ptolemy's globe model. That's how behind these niggas are. They don't even understand that their global science has advanced now. These niggas still showing up with archaic models of the heliocentric universe defending them, and these ain't even the current models in use now, nigga, what they teaching your children. Y'all old heads don't even keep up with the curriculum, and you don't know that the universe they teaching your damn son is totally different than the universe they taught us in school. You still showing up on a fucking debate channel debating a fucking archaic conception. You don't know how fast your own science moving. A flat earther got to tell you, hey man, you got your own old model, bro. They don't even believe that no more in your science. I'm so tired of this shit. Everybody thinking they know everything. But I like Solar Vision, and I respect what he built over there. I do. And I look forward to building with him. I could build with that brother out of respect. The rant that I just went on is because how niggas come to me with the fiery energy. Like, come to me with some respect, man. I mean, I did come on to YouTube within 5 years and reach over a 6-figure following. Besides YouTube, if you want to add up all of my social media outlets together, I'm about at 250,000 total following or that much of influence. I only been here 5 years. Most of these cats, man, they been here over a decade. And they don't realize why other folks outgrowing them. Because y'all keep telling these people the same shit y'all been telling them when you came in the community, as if you came in here knowing every fucking thing. You never challenged your own self. People get tired of hearing the same thing. They gonna go hear what the new man's saying. And they gonna say, well, hold up now, for the first time, this man's saying something different than this same shit everybody keeps saying, and it actually make more sense. Then you gonna come along trying to repeat the same shit we all know in a debate. And I'm showing up with new shit that's killing that shit. And you wonder why I'm growing and they ain't. Because I'm still in y'all following. Because everybody want to come with the new shit. Like, damn. And not only that, I'm telling them it's okay to think new. And we never had it right. No one had it right. The people that's growing are the ones that kept asking questions, not the niggas who kept regurgitating the indoctrination as if it was the truth. And when you realize that, you'll grow. Your following will grow when your fucking consciousness grow. Simple. Other than that, it'll grow if you part of the agent team. That's the only way you're gonna grow without expanding your consciousness. Is if you're on the team. So now let's talk about the Star of Bethlehem. Or I might save this portion. Let me see how we doing on the numbers, man. I might come back with this. If we still got some high numbers waiting for the knowledge, I'll give it to us. But if not, that let me know. Let's save some. But I got time if y'all got time. If the student's willing to learn, the teacher willing to teach. Since we got almost 900 viewing, I'm going to keep it going for y'all because you're showing me by way of attendance that you willing to stay for the long hours for the information. And it don't matter if you agree with it or not. If you're interested enough to sit through this, thank you, because I'm taking my time because it's a lot of stuff. All right, now let me get back into this. Now we finna deal with the mythological and symbolic aspect of the conjunction. Now that we got the flat earth and globe earth, the cosmological argument out the way, let's move on beyond that now. And let's deal with the religious interpretation and the mythological aspect and symbolism, the occult aspect, right? And that's going to get into the whole reason why we call it the Star of Bethlehem, AKA the Christmas star. So now I'm going to play this man's video again, just to start it off. Let's listen what the modern scientists are saying.
Why are people calling it the Star of Bethlehem?
So this so-called, people have been enchanted by the stars and by the sky above us for thousands and thousands of years. People have been always looking at the sky, looking at the motion of the planets, looking at the motion of the stars and the moon and the sun. And there's cultures and religions and people around the world who have been taking our observations of these of the solar system and incorporating that into their traditions and religions. It's the Star of Bethlehem refers to a possible event or observations around several years BC near the birth of Christ, and it is quite possible that there was a conjunction in the year 6 or 7 BC, and a conjunction very much like this one here, where Jupiter and Saturn were near in the sky, very near to each other. Maybe it wasn't 1/10 of a degree, but maybe a degree apart. So it's possible that a conjunction like this was what was referred to as the Star of Bethlehem. But there are many other possible things this could have been as well. For instance, there are comets.
Now listen, all of these ancient conjunctions, they said that it was comets. They tried to say that it was Nibiru. They said Nibiru is accompanied with all these little satellites around it. Why do they say that though? I'm trying to free y'all mind. Why do they tell us it was comets? You know why? How else can you explain objects in the sky that's seen worldwide if we on the globe? So what they was telling folks was it could have been a shower of comets coming in from all the angles of the globe. Imagine you live on a globe, but comets coming in from every angle. Everybody will look up and see these lights in the sky. Now, I got a question. How was they able to fool the whole world for so many years with that dumbass lie? The only way you can explain everybody looking up seeing these lights in the sky is by saying, whoa, that's a bunch of comets showering the earth. So let me get this straight. A bunch of comets showering the earth, and they all these comets all around the earth form the same formation as they shower the earth. They forget about that part, that this meteor shower formed a symbolic symbol that they call this Star of Wonder, the Bethlehem star. It got a symbol for it. So everybody, what's the odds of the whole earth getting showered with comets and everybody on the earth seeing the comets fall down on them in the same formation? That's what's happening here. Look at this image right here. This show you in the Middle East. See, that's why I told y'all earlier, if you look at this picture here, it looked like the stars are falling onto the ground. The Greeks were so dumb when they looked at pictures like this, when they went outside and saw the stars on the horizon line, since they thought we was on a globe, they thought the stars were falling to the ground. See how it looked like the stars on the ground? If this man wanted to, he can make one of them fake pictures and he can kick the star. You know how people be holding the sun in their hand? The Greeks really think a nigga holding the sun. That's how the dumb they were. They didn't understand point of convergence. And instead of saying point of convergence, they call it perspective. The truth is, we're actually seeing what we seeing. That the stars are hidden by the horizon line. That's what's happening in reality. But what scientists will tell you, that's not what's really happening. That's just the way you're seeing it based upon perspective. And then they'll start pulling out all these diagrams like this to take you away from outside, because this is damning. If they keep this in front of you while trying to tell the lie, it just won't work. They got to point you away from the truth, take you into the lab in front of the computer, and give you back the virtual world. Think about what I'm saying. When the Greeks talk about the stars falling to the earth during Revelation, they talking about exactly this conjunction. This is when it looked like the stars are falling to the earth to the dumbass Greeks who didn't know we was on a flat earth. And so why are your black behind still adopting this damn Greek cosmology when you know your indigenous cosmology is flat earth? Can't nobody debate me on that. I dare a nigga to try to debate me on that. Try to debate me that my ancestors believed in a globe. I dare you. I eat you up so easily. You gonna kill your career doing that. I want y'all to listen to this man as I gotta break this down. I don't give a damn if we here all night. I got to give y'all this truth.
Why are people calling it the Star of Bethlehem?
So this so-called, people have been enchanted by this, by the stars and by the sky above us for thousands and thousands of years. People have been always looking at the sky, looking at the motion of the planets, looking at the motion of the stars and the moon and the sun. And there's cultures and religions and people around the world who have been taking our observations of these of the solar system and incorporating that into their traditions and religions. It's the Star of Bethlehem refers to a possible event. Or observations around several years BC, near the birth of Christ, and it is quite possible that there was a conjunction in the year 6 or 7 BC, and a conjunction very much like this one here, where Jupiter and Saturn were near in the sky, very near to each other. Maybe it wasn't 1/10 of a degree, but maybe a degree apart. So it's possible that a conjunction like this was what was referred to as the Star of Bethlehem. But there are many other possible things this could have been as well. For instance, there are comets, which are visitors from our solar system mostly, but which appear in the sky as they are passing toward the sun and past the Earth. There are novas and supernovas, which are essentially different versions of exploding stars and brightening stars. And there's
Now, let me break some down to you. All of these things he just named are the different theories that they give you to explain conjunctions, other than telling you the ancestors was right. The Mayan, the ancient people all around the world, when they spoke about these dimensional shifts that we're going through right now, they talked about the ether becoming magnified in certain areas or certain luminaries, in this case, Saturn or Jupiter. What do we mean by that? Well, I get it now. I mean, think about it. Saturn and Jupiter during these conjunction times appear dominant in the sky, but any other time, they're not as dominant. And based upon what we've been taught, it's not that Saturn and Jupiter is falling toward the earth like what the Greeks believe. And what the Greeks told their people to dumb them down was, hey, that's a star that just exploded. When a conjunction came and when certain stars appear brighter and dominant all of a sudden, they lied to the people and said, oh, a star just exploded. But think about it. Think about how he contradicting himself with this though. He's trying to give you explanations of this Saturn and Jupiter conjunction. And he compared it to a supernova exploding. People, that's dumb. People, that's so stupid that I don't even know. I don't have no words to explain how stupid that is. He compared an alignment, a planetary conjunction and alignment to a star exploding. But why did he do it? He had to explain to you why these planets seem to be increasing in luminosity or coming closer to the earth. But the explanation was stupid, because if we're talking about Saturn and Jupiter, we know damn well Saturn and Jupiter ain't just go supernova on us. So they'll tell you anything. And we won't really investigate and question them like I'm doing. I would have made this man look so stupid. This is why they scared of people like me. Think about it. I would have said, sir, don't you think it's kind of dumb to compare an alignment to a star exploding? This is like apples and oranges, right? Right? Wouldn't you agree? You got to do better than that, man. Wow. Tell y'all anything.
There can also be alignments between planets and some of the stars and some of the constellations, which can...
Can't no globalists come on here and act like they got the answers, because they teachers don't got the answers. How you a student and you got the answers, and this man worked for NASA and he telling you he don't know what the fuck going on. He giving you a bunch of scenarios on why they call it the miracle star. Because his only solid theory was his little demonstration that I just gave you right here. And that one was easily debunked. Other than his little computer generated hypothesis, he can only give you all these other reaches here. He doing the best he can. He can't tell you the truth. So this is what you left with. All this mumbo jumbo. And a globalist can't show up and act like they got the facts and the truth. That's what they can't do. Because how you got the facts and truth and NASA don't? All they got is explanations. Now me and the ancestors got the facts and the truth.
Be inspiring for people. So for the Star of Bethlehem itself, we don't know for certain which of these possible astronomical phenomena was responsible for what's known as the Star of Bethlehem.
If they didn't know what was known for it back in the day, then they don't know how it happens today. The truth is, they do know what's responsible for us seeing this. What he's saying is, basically, to sum it all up, us scientists don't know why everybody in the world can go outside and see the miracle star. You know why? Because it ain't no damn miracle. And we live on a flat earth. It's as simple as that. And we all look up at the same direction. And it ain't no people on the bottom of us crawling upside down like flies, looking up with they own up. Because if they had they own up at the bottom of the globe earth, how we all looking up seeing the same pattern all around the world? You know how we doing it? It's a miracle. And your mind just playing tricks on you. And your eyes just don't really see what they see. And it's just your perspective. And it's just a miracle phenomena. Yeah, right. And you telling me I got the pseudoscience when I'm telling you to trust what your eyes see on our beautiful flat earth? Our reality is beautiful, y'all. We're not humans on a globe. We're spirits inside of the universe with the stars and heavens right above us. Right within our own dimension here.
Any of them are possibilities, and scholars and historians have proposed all these. They're all plausible ideas, and without additional observations from the time, it's hard to say for sure exactly what it was. What is exciting is that everybody on Earth is going to be able to go out and see this and continue this deep connection.
Now, this dude worked for NASA, just bullshitted, y'all. We pay him millions of dollars for answers, and all we got was this bullshit. Think about it. I should be making more money than these dudes, man. I'm giving you 4 hours of straight facts and ancient spiritual wisdom, and he giving you 2 minutes of bullshitting you, his far-reaching fucking theories and computer animations, taking you out of deception at its finest, and he get millions for it. Just to basically tell you in a smart way, I don't fucking know, when he really do know. And it's because he can't let you know the truth, that we on a flat earth. They've been lying about it so long, you think they want to reset everything with the truth when they built the world on a lie? And the lie became so profitable, why would they just, okay, let's tell the niggas say all the time, why would they lie about it? Because they've been lying for so long, we built everything we do off the lie. Do you know what it'll be to come out now after thousands of years telling us the truth? Everything would change and it won't be in their favor. The lie has served them well. Now, y'all heard what the man just said. Look at what he said at the end. He joking on y'all. I want you to look at this lady's face. This lady is trying not to laugh because she's in on it too. She's holding her laugh because they got a few more seconds for the camera cut off. Now, when they cut the camera off, they're going to bust out laughing. You know why? They played a joke on y'all at the end. Listen to the joke. Listen how he closed out. After he sell you all that bullshit, look at how he closed this out. What'd he say?
Historians have proposed all these. They're all plausible ideas. And without additional observations from the time, it's hard to say for sure exactly what it was.
After he tell you, I basically don't know what the fuck going on. Now, we know he know. He just got to play dumb because he's a liar. But after he basically lie like he don't know what the fuck going on, you know, listen what he say to end it out.
What is exciting is that everybody on Earth is going to be able to go out and see this and continue this deep connection.
See what I'm saying? What's important is everyone on Earth going to be able to see it. That's the joke. Because he know the fact that everybody on Earth going to see this, but not see how it debunked the globe, it let them know that they shit is working fine. It let them know that they plan is going well. The fact that he can say this live and say, hey, the most important thing, he gave you the truth. If you really think about it, he just told the truth. He said the most important thing about this shit is everybody on Earth gonna be able to see it. And they started laughing. Because you know why? Because he gave your ass the truth right there. And you didn't catch it. The fact that everybody on Earth can see it, the joke is on you, dummy. We ain't on a globe. Wake the hell up. It's impossible that everybody on Earth can look up and see the same shit worldwide on a globe, man. Come on, man. The joke's on us, y'all. Look at these folks. They look like they joking on you. They're in on it, man. They all work for NASA. They know the truth. The joke's on us, y'all. We live in the Truman Show. I'm trying to wake you up. Listen, You not grasping what I'm saying, you might not escape this time around. This awakening is the only knowledge we take with us to break free from them outside of the flesh. That's why the ancestors spoke about the fight won over even after death. They can lure you back here with a false cosmology. And I'm going to get into that in the future on how the whole trick of reincarnation worked and how the ancient map of the afterlife was nothing but flat earth cosmology. Because outside the body, we see the universe as a whole. And if you don't know what the fuck you looking at, you cue back into this reality. See, when I get out my body and I see the universe and I get to see all the dimensions as one, guess what my soul gonna remember? This right here. My soul has testified to nature. This is the truth of my paradigm and my reality. And we create our reality from within. A lot of y'all who believe in this space program, when you die, you create your own reality with your mind. When you die and you floating around the motherfucking solar system and shit with asteroids and all that scary shit, because you think that's what the universe is. See, we load up the universe. We're loading this experience. You didn't come here, you started the load of simulation. The ancestors said when you leave here, if you don't know how to reload up the multiverse, you can get stuck here. Reality is created from inside of us. So when you leave this earth, if you don't know how to cue up the multiverse because you believing in a false cosmology, the fear of being trapped in space is what's going to make you reincarnate back to their matrix here. And we've been trapped here for so long. Get out. Get out of Saturn's trick. It lies in your understanding of the cosmology. You cannot move beyond this dimension with a flawed understanding of this dimension. You got to beat the game. We creating a simulation. This is why they want to change the template in your mind with the computer version. Because when you leave this earth, you're going to load that scary ass universe. And you're going to find yourself floating by Saturn and floating by some scary sun burning up. And that fear is what's going to make you wake back up in a hospital again, back in this world. When I leave this earth, I'm going to cue up the true universe because I'm going to remember now and I'm going to break the spell with this knowledge and I won't come back. I'll be traveling. I'll be a multi-dimensional being again because I know what I'm looking at. I know what I need to load. I know how to find home. The memory of home was left for us how to cue back up to the portal, to the Stargate. You have to rebuild that memory in the subconscious. This is the cosmic memory family of our true multi-dimensional reality. It's your birthright and inheritance. And failing to connect with this, what I'm showing you, it traps you in the fake reality that they creating in this computer screen. You're going to cue that up upon death because you convince your subconscious that's the afterlife. While I'm telling myself I'm going to the afterlife that my ancestors described. You're going to recreate the solar system with no foundation. I'm going to recreate a world with a ground, a state. I'm going to be planted on a stage in a universe with the ancestors. Because I'm remembering the cosmos that my ancestors spoke of and not the one my enemy want me to remember. Our soul is an astral traveler. It travels the heavens upon death. You know that subconsciously. You can debate me all you want. You know you got a soul, and you know when you leave this earth, your soul is going to go back to the heavens which it came. Your idea of what the heavens is what your experience will be. It ain't no different than this reality. So you think, so you are. If this place is a hell that you don't like and all you see is evil, you're going to create that experience for you because you ignored all the good shit and you chose to focus on that which was false and base a fucking reality on the false shit. And that's what they doing to you here. They want you to base your reality on what they generating in the computer hypothesis and not what we all witnessing around the world. And this devil just joked on you right in front of your face when he ended the video. He's smirking, telling you the truth right at the end. Let me play that one more time and we'll move on.
Exactly what it was. What is exciting is that everybody on Earth is going to be able to go out and see this and continue this deep connection between people on the Earth and observations up in the sky in this.
He just told you everybody on Earth gonna be able to see this shit. And they laugh, like I said, because that's the truth. That was debunk their whole system. Now remember what perspective is. Let's read it. A particular attitude toward or way of regarding something, a point of view. It ain't reality. It's someone else's, the way they regard reality. That's what I'm telling y'all. Reality is different than a person's attitude toward reality. You get what I'm saying? The Greeks had a very ignorant and fear-mongering attitude toward reality. Like I said, man, the Greeks looked at the image of the stars on the horizon and told themselves the stars was falling onto the earth. That's what the Greeks did. Because they was a fear-based people with no understanding. And when you lack knowledge, fear will rise based on your lack of understanding. A people that dumb, they was creating reality based upon their attitude toward it versus what nature was showing them. The people that run a world don't interact with nature based upon the love that nature showed them. They interact with nature based upon a biased interpretation of nature that is not nature. Nature is loving and caring. But since they painted her into a hellish acting bitch, they created a reality based upon that negative attitude toward viewing nature. And that's how we get the word perspective. Everything they give you in their theology is simply perspective. It's not reality. It's their attitude toward reality. And the attitude they got toward reality is so barbaric and blasphemous. They have no respect toward Mother Nature. They want to make everything synthetic and GMO. They have a very egotistical attitude toward nature to where they think nature need their help to perfect it with computers and synthesizing it. Synthetic nature. But understand that perspective is not reality. And that everything they teach you is based upon perspective. And that's what religious is based upon. A people's perspective of the spiritual world and the afterlife. What's your perspective of it? Have you been outside and made your own attitude toward reality? Or did someone give you an attitude toward it? Because if they did, that's indoctrination, family. You should base your own attitude on reality based upon your own observation and experience of it. What am I telling you? We're all born scientists. It's nothing you go to school for because you was born into a school called Mother Earth. And long as you in this earth, you're going to be learning. As long as you checked into an academic school and education system, you're going to stop your learning process. I didn't start learning till I got the hell out of school. Remember, You live in a world where everything is based upon the people in power's perspective of reality. It's not based on, listen to what I'm about to tell you, family. Our world ain't based upon reality. It's based upon a few people's idea of what reality is. I'm reading it to you because we live in a world that's based upon the perspective of those in power. That means we live in a matrix, y'all. Because if you live in a world that's founded upon a few people's attitude about nature and their perspective of what we are, where we are, who we are, you haven't formulated your own. And ever since you've been born, you've been operating inside of a few people's perspective of reality and not reality. You haven't even begun to formulate your own reality, which is your universal birthright. Every human should have their own reality, but they don't. All of y'all got NASA's reality. Yeah, all of y'all got NASA's reality. Nature created a reality for everybody on Earth. And then NASA came along and all the space programs and created their own reality for us. And we said, screw the reality nature gave us. Cut your computer on and show me your demonstration. Y'all breaking my heart, humanity. Let's go on, rush through this, man. I'm going to just rush through the rest of these. You rush through these tabs, man, to make sure I didn't forget nothing. They want to say it was a comet or a supernova. They good at playing dumb. You know. Look, the Star of Bethlehem. Can science explain what it really was? No, they can't. We just heard NASA's best scientists. We just heard from NASA's best astronomer, y'all. Brother Sanchez should be making that big money. If all I gotta do is show up and say, see, what had happened was what you see ain't really what you seeing. And if you look at my little diagram, what I drew up here, this is what you seeing. You are now getting sleepy. You are now getting tired. Nigga, that's called hypnotization. When I show up and show you what I want you to see on my paper instead of what's really happening in reality. That everybody know that's magic. And y'all folks believe in magic. And science want to play dumb. Can we really explain it? Can you? Yeah, y'all can explain it. The earth flat. Tell the damn truth. And for centuries, we've been trying to explain it, and we can't. So it's the miraculous star, the star of the Christmas star, the Star of David, the Bethlehem star. It ain't no damn miracle star. Everybody on earth can see it because the earth flat. But when you deny that, you're going to have to show up with all these demonstrations and long, drawn-out explanations just to say it can be either one of them. When I'm giving you one fact and you giving me 10 theories, and you think because you gave more than me that y'all winning. You gave 10 theories, I gave one fact. And because of that, you think you won. That's global mentality, though. Let me make sure I'm not leaving that out as we close out, and then I'm going to read out those donations. Hopefully, I got any donations for the time and the effort. But if you didn't donate, don't worry. I'm still going to keep the knowledge going. I appreciate your time. You paid attention. I appreciate that. Whether you give a thumbs up or thumbs down, I appreciate that. You know, I appreciate all of y'all giving me your time. That's on everything. So here go an article that gives us the astronomy behind the Star of Bethlehem. And it's laughable. You know, it all is it's crazy how Our scientists go to sounding like our religious leaders when you ask them shit that debunk them. They go to start getting into Christ's births and Bethlehem, like that, like the dude that worked for NASA is talking about the Bible. And y'all don't see that. See, some of these niggas out here be like, I don't deal with nothing but science. I don't deal with theories and religion. But the damn people who work for NASA who giving you your science still dealing with religion. That's why I played that video. They still acting like it's some miracle star that they can't explain other than a perspective-based phenomena, which is another way of saying it's a miracle. Why? Y'all don't get what I'm saying, man. Y'all don't get how we being fooled. Let me say this again. Scientists call this a miracle star. And we should forbid scientists for using words like miracle. That shit should only be allowed in the church, man. Y'all don't get it? Yo, when your scientists start using words like miracle to explain shit in the sky, then you know you ain't dealing with science and you just in another cult. That's a religion, bro. No scientist should be using no word miracle nowhere at any time in their vocabulary. It should be against the law for a scientist with a degree to explain something by using the word miracle. Now, it's okay for your pastor to do that. Y'all don't get it how we been bamboozled, man. Folks don't see. See, because the scientists tell you basically we got facts that it's a miracle. Our science says that when everybody look up in the sky at the same time and see this great conjunction, they saying everybody in the world eyes is playing tricks on them at the same time. And when they say that, fool, that is a fucking miracle. That's why I was talking to you about that earlier. What's the odds of everybody eyes on earth playing tricks on them at the same time? That's a miracle. Normally, if everybody on earth sees something, that shit's real. And it's a real phenomena. But no. They saying during this great conjunction, everybody on earth, I saw that shit, but everybody on earth eyes was playing a trick on them at the same time. Think about that. You wouldn't go for that if a nigga told you that. You would tell that nigga, bro, everybody's eyes ain't lying. Come on now. Everybody on earth pointed up and watched this great conjunction. I want y'all to hear what I'm saying. I don't care how long the stream is. I want to make my point. There were spectators all over the world, y'all. There were spectators all over the world. I just showed the photos. Let me go back to it. Sometime I close my stuff. I gotta load up my history. Hold on. Let me load this up. Excuse me, I just burped in y'all ear. I'm so sorry. All right, y'all know what I'm trying to get back because I can't stress that enough. Listen, man. Let's keep this image here. That's good enough. Think about what I'm saying. Why do scientists and church people both call this a miracle star? It'll be one thing if the church theologians called it a miracle star. But I just played a video clip of NASA's key astronomer teaching you about the damn star Bethlehem. Why would a dude who worked for NASA talk to you like a damn pastor. Because in order for them to explain why everybody on earth see this at the same time, the scientists have to agree with the pastor that this shit is a miracle, man. So now they got to create a science that's able to explain how a miracle can happen in our reality. And that's what we in today. Our science ain't based upon explaining real phenomena. It's based upon explaining miracles. Nature then is not a miracle, y'all. The miracle is that we all believe our eyes fooling us, and we believe these few little handful of lying ass scientists. That's the miracle, that we all can convince that all of our eyes lying to us and that it's just perspective based. It's not reality based. Listen, this person got a telescope looking at that alignment, and that man telling them that what they seeing ain't really real. It's just their individual perspective. But what happens when you tell everybody on earth it's just their individual perspective? You tell them it's the Star of Bethlehem or the miracle star that we see. And they've been telling us this for thousands of years, and we don't get it. Why they call it that? Why do your scientists refer to this alignment from a religious standpoint? Because they're explaining it in a form of a lie to hide reality from you. And the lie that they telling is truly a fucking miracle. But we don't see no miracles in nature. Only in the science books, which they're trying to rewrite the laws of nature in our minds. You feel me? The only people can get away with that is these guys. Because like I said, if a random eclipse just happened right now, if I went outside during this live stream and I said, hey, y'all, the moon turning from green to pink right now. This ain't never happened before. Is my mind playing tricks on me? And y'all be like, hold up, bro, Sanchez, nigga, you tripping. Let me get off the stream a minute and go see if you losing your mind. And everybody go look out they wonder and come back to the chat room and be like, bro, you ain't lying. The moon turning green and pink right now. And we cut the news on, and everybody on Facebook is uploading pictures of this new shit where the moon turning pink and green. Now, what if the scientists come out and be like, listen, guys, I know the whole world see the moon turning pink and green, but the moon ain't really turning pink and green. All of y'all eyes just playing tricks on y'all. It's just all of y'all, it's just perspective. All of y'all, it's just each of y'all individual perspective. And we be like, thank you, scientists. Damn, we tripping, y'all. All of us going crazy. Everybody in the world going crazy, man. The moon ain't blinking pink and green. The scenario I just explained to you is what's happening right now. Everybody going outside in the world and saying one thing, but believing something different from the scientists. And going against what we saw. Saying, no, it's just our perspective, man. That shit ain't really that close. Saturn, a billion miles away. People, this is how lost we are. And this is why I'm here so long to the people who want to know why my stream's so long. This is why. Look at how lost the world is. So I think that's it for now. That's it. We'll stop right there. I can keep going. I got tons of information here that'll back up more things that can debunk the globe and give you more information here. So if you like what I'm doing, get in the comment section and let me know you want to do a part 2, and I'll listen, I'll do it. Hit the like button. The more interaction I get, the more I know I need to follow up with it. I basically gave you everything you need, but I can keep going deeper and deeper and give you more damning evidence, and maybe I need to. So let me know by hitting the like button and getting in the comment section, because I can't be here forever. So I do got to do a forced stop right now. So let me go ahead and set the screen back up here, if y'all don't mind. And let's start closing out by calling out those gracious donations, if there was any. And we'll let you guys get out of here. And like I said, if you want me to do a part 2, let me know in the chat room. Let me know with the donations. You know, if you value my time or research, this is one best way you can let me know that, and that's through the Cash App link down here at the bottom of the screen, and every little bit helps. Thank you in advance, brothers and sisters. Shout out to Chelsea Jameson. Thank you for the Cash App, my good sister. She said, for all the truth and hard work. Thank you. Shout out to Jamel Williams. Thank you, brother. Shout out to Save Rochester. Thank you guys for the Cash App donations. Charlene, for James, for Leonardo, for Emma and Buddha, and for Char Branch. To the OG Leonardo, check your email, because I emailed you an important message. Guys, if you're watching this on a replay, you still can donate. The link is below right here. We really can use that support. And like I said, if you want me to do a follow-up on this, you gotta let me know. Gotta do it by hitting the like button and by letting me know in the comment section, hey brother, do a follow-up. Because I swear I can keep going deeper and deeper with shit, in the rabbit hole, or keep going deeper and deeper with this whole conjunction time. All right? This is a glitch in the matrix. And they know every time this happened, this is, remember in the movie The Matrix, every time they have deja vu, it's a chance for people in the matrix to see that they in the matrix and they can wake up when the deja vu happened. What they was telling you is the deja vu is every time we see these same alignments, generation after generation. That's what lets you know we in a flat earth simulation experience. Our reality is a simulation. What they're trying to, the globalists are trying to make the simulation theory compatible with globe earth. The only truth is that we're in a simulated reality, which is a very divine truth. It lets you know everything is carefully orchestrated by divine beings who only allowing what needed to be allowed for our spiritual growth. With that being said, the reason the simulation theory is a theory is when you try to force globe earth and simulation together, it's a theoretical marriage. In other words, you need the ether for simulation theory to be real. And there is no ether with the globe earth model. You need a flat ground that goes on forever in a simulation. Think of a video game. Any simulation hypothesis is only possible with flat earth on a plane. If you understand anything about video game design, computer programming, and simulations, then you know that. Simulation and flat earth is like hand in hand. They, you know, can't have one without the other. However, simulation and globe can only exist by theory and hypothesis. Simulation actually debunks heliocentrism and globe. So they got one of their big puppets, Billy Carson. They're paying him to merge the two together. They got a lot of people that they're paying to combine ancient multiverse and simulation with the globe model. And that is why in the future, mark my word, they're going to get rid of the theory of gravity and bring back the ether for the globe. And the ether and space going to coexist. That's going to be the biggest blasphemy in history. Because the ancestors said the ether is that which fills all spaces, which means there is no emptiness in an ancient universe. Every part of the universe is occupied with energy. Tesla proved that. See, as they move on into technology that is harnessing the free energy from the ether, the theory of gravity is going to be debunked. That's inevitable. The technology that they design in the day debunk gravity. And as the children get smarter with AI, religion and theories like gravity got to go away. They're recreating a new world order system of science and religion, a whole one world order new system based upon virtual learning. And in these virtual realities, they're going to be able to simulate this fake computer universe that they keep hypnotizing y'all with. They're going to be able to put you in it. The question is, what happened if you can't come out? Are we ready to go into virtual reality? You have a science that can only be proven by us leaving the real world and going into the virtual world, which shows you that the science you had was already, it was based upon a lie to begin with. And instead of them showing you the truth, they moving you out of this world, which is based upon the true code of the simulation of the universe. And they're building a fake synthetic universes that will be governed by the laws they created on these models. So the dude that I was showing who worked, all of these models they showing you, what I'm telling you, people gonna be living in these models in the future. They're gonna be living in virtual universes, uploading their consciousness into universes that are hypothetical. People gonna be stuck in these universes for thousands of years till they actually see the glitches and wake their subconscious up, like we doing now. You can escape this time, brothers and sisters. And it's by activating your DNA, the knowledge that I'm giving you. Your soul came here again to understand it, to escape this place, to get out of here. They're creating a trap here. So let me explain to you how soul trapping works. According to the ancestors, the way out of this dimension is through studying the stars and studying this dimension. In other words, the ancestors taught that the map out of this place was created by your understanding of the laws that govern this dimension. And when they unlocked the laws of this simulation here, they was able to draw out a conception of the universe that we call ancient cosmology. And when the people that run the world reverse engineer this multiverse that we live in, they created something called augmented reality. And that's where we headed in the future. In other words, what they did, they said was, our demonstrated universes are not reality. And there's no way we can recreate our hypothetical reality in the real world because we can't reprogram nature's matrix. She has her own operating system. We can't override it. Our only alternative is to create our own universes and synthesize what she's doing or mimic it. In other words, we're going to create the first genetically modified universes. Okay, we're used to GMO apples, GMO animals, GMO flowers, GMO weather, GMO cloud formations. Where you going to go next? GMO universes. That's where we are now. And since the reality outside condemns what they teaches us in the science book, it's always a living testament that they lying to us. And the problem that government got is whenever a person connects with nature, the truth is inevitable. So what they had to do was create the technology that can uproot us from nature, from this reality, and put us in a reality that's based upon their lie. And now we're there now. That's called virtual universes and synthetic universes. There are already over 10,000 patents of synthetic universes that exist, and they just now put only thing they waiting on is the technology that's gonna allow your consciousness to be able to upload into an avatar. People will be able to live out their entire life in virtual realities in the near future. So we're going to talk more about this. I'm not going to try to cram it all. That's enough for now. But thank y'all for the support, and enjoy the music on your way out. Peace and much love.